T-minus 90 seconds and counting. All systems are go. We're about 90 seconds from the launch of Space Shuttle Discovery. T-minus 60 seconds and counting. We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start. And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, start, 2, 1, booster ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond.
Discovery's onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
You have a good forward leg now on SM. Okay, you sound good. Discovery Houston, negative return. Copy, negative return.
That she's back in the atmosphere with drops of Jupiter in her head. She acts like summer and walks like rain, reminds me that there's a time to change. Since the return of her stay on the moon, she listens like spring and she talks like June. But tell me, did you sail across the sun? Did you make it to the Milky Way to see the lights all faded and that heaven is overrated? Tell me, did you fall for a shooting star? One without a permanent scar, and then you missed me while you were looking for yourself out there. But tell me, did the wind sweep you off your feet? Did you finally get the chance to dance along the light of day and head back toward the Milky Way? And tell me, did you sail across the sun? Did you make it to the Milky Way to see the lights all faded and that heaven is overrated? And tell me, did you fall for a shooting star? One without a permanent scar, and there you missed me while you were looking for yourself. Na 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 na. And then you finally get the chance to dance along the light of day. And then you fall for a shooting star, fall for a shooting star. And now you're lonely looking for yourself out there.
Good morning, you filthy apes. Welcome to AMC and ADD, where we buy, we hold, and we screw the hedgies. Screw them! Good morning, guys. I hope you had a wonderful weekend. I just was listening to the last portion of that song where they were doing the whole na-na thing, and I wrote a song like that. I remember back in like 1995. I called it the na-na song because I always thought it was really funny how in a lot of music that's out there, it's kind of like filler words. Like when you don't when you wrote a song and you get to a part where you just don't have any lyrics for it anymore, and you're just kind of like, I can't think of anything else to put in here. You put na na na. As a musician, it's filler. You know what it is. And yeah, all I heard was deep fried chicken. That's right. Mega says, "Good morning to you guys." But yeah, na 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 na. Yeah, that's just filler, guys. If you want to know, anytime you hear that in a song, that's somebody who just ran out of lyrics to put in there, and so they're scatting. Anyways, did you guys hear about Melvin? Brian's over here. He's already trying to hot catches. Manjit says, I'm so glad it's Monday as the weekend gave me a headache with all the FUD on YouTube. Man, whew, what a weekend, guys. I tuned out everything. I literally I went into complete shutdown mode. I was just kind of like, I don't want to deal with any of this. I just don't. I started firefighting on Friday night, and got up Saturday and was just like, there's just so much. It felt like I woke up into a swamp of just misinformation and people trying to misguide people. And it was just so much. It was overwhelming, to be honest with you guys. And so I was like, you know what? I'm just gonna use this weekend to just stay silent, and I'm gonna get tons and tons of sleep, and I'm gonna be recharged and energized for this week, because this really is an interesting week. We're going to see what happens here, whether they try to raise the price and drop it really quick on us to try and get people to sell their shares, or if they're just going to drive the price down as much as they possibly can to try and get people to sell. It's going to be interesting. There's a lot of stuff that's going on here, and we're going to see what's going to happen. I don't have an answer for you guys. I really don't know which way it's going to go, but I can guarantee you that they're probably going to try and get us to sell one way or the other. Taking a look at volume this morning right off the bat, I woke up, I turned on my phone, and my phone was saying 72 million in volume right off the bat. And I was like, you don't even understand like how many times I had to blink my eyes, and then my phone updated, and I was like, are you kidding me? Because I was sitting there going like 72 million in the pre-market would be absolutely insane. I was like, oh crap, this is gonna be a crazy day. But then I woke up and it was only like 50,000 as the phone updated. My phone does that sometimes on Webull. It'll pull up weird numbers. Market closed yesterday, or on Friday rather, and just pretty much traded sideways. Had a little bit of a downwards push, and then when our market opened today, it did spike up just a tad bit, came back down, and it's trading slightly lower than what it was. We're down Well, of course, this makes it look much worse right here. It says 1.19% down, but it's really not. It's really not that bad. Trend channel shows the downwards momentum. We did close out last Friday on a descending parallel channel. We did break out of it right towards the very end. And believe it or not, I won the week with I think I got, hold on a second here. Well, we'll look at it here in just a few minutes. But good morning to you guys. Did you guys have a great weekend? I hope you did. Somebody was asking a question earlier. Will Ape be traded in the off exchange? I don't have any, based on the prospectus on page 19, I don't have any reason to believe that it won't be. And if you want a link to the prospectus, I can pull that up for you and provide that so you can go read it for yourself. Yeah, JP says, Casey, at least you'll know that feeling, what the feeling will be when the pre-market says 70. Oh my gosh, man. If the pre-market opens up at 72, when I wake up one morning, I'm just gonna, I'm gonna just, I don't know, sit there with my mouth wide open. I will say this: synthetic price failures and SSR are really, really close to each other, and a lot of times when we see that happen, that's when we typically trip SSR. SSR trips at $22 today, and SPF trips at $21.89, so it's only 11 cents off. These numbers are almost identical. But we'll take a look at the numbers here in about 4 more minutes. Sammy boy, good morning. Casey's Broken Mug says, "Man, Casey, I honestly think along with paramedics, firefighters, we almost need FUD fighters now. As a professional organization, I felt I was working in a call center over the weekend. It's not. You're not kidding, man. I really, truly, and honestly had to shut down. I had to shut down because it was just like this is insanely ridiculous. I'm just gonna tell you this, guys. You know you've been in this play for so long. If you're new here and you don't know what's going on, look to those who have been in this play for a long time because they'll tell you what's been happening. This is, anytime there's like something big that's about to happen, they try to hit us with a bunch of just fake information and really try to confuse us into not knowing what's right and what's wrong. It's a battle of misinformation. Feed people like just tons of barrage people with information and just create confusion. And really, that's what this is. This is an attack on us for it's Confusionville. Uh, I see. Mega Johnny says, I think the hardcore GME holders are upset that they got split and that Adam Aaron did the 8 move and it looks better. Yeah, I don't. I understand why some of the. I'm gonna start cleaning my glasses because it's almost time. I understand why some of the GME holders are upset. I get it. I can understand why they feel the way that they feel. But in truthfulness, there's a lot of AMC holders that are actually GME holders as well. And what they need to do is they need to grow up and understand that that retail can make its own decisions one way or the other, and it doesn't always have to be for GME. Now, some people would say, well, Casey, you only report on AMC, and there's other plays out there besides AMC. And I say, yeah, there is. I get it, but there's a difference between some of those other plays and what it is that we're trying to accomplish. And so that's why I try to keep it strictly to AMC, GME, and then other stock tickers that will have some kind of relationship to what it is that we're doing here. But most of those other ones are all just shiny things on the side of the road. Alrighty, glasses are clean. Put them on. Oh, it's so much better. I love it when I can see everything like crystal. When there's edges on letters, and they're not just big blurry blobs. All right, so let's take a look at some of Adam Aaron's tweets before we get into the numbers, because he did have some tweets. For those of you who were watching, one of them I thought was like pretty crazy because I just got done talking about this not too long ago on this channel. Blindly fear dilution. You miss crucial facts. In January 21st, AMC issued shares. AMC share price soared. May, June 21st, more AMC shares. Again, our stock soared. Stopped selling shares July 21st. AMC started a long fall. Apes announced last week. AMC up again. Apes makes AMC stronger. And then he says, hyped up by some who may wish AMC harm. Anxious message come in, fearing dilution or that I may quote unquote screw AMC shareholders. I own 793,974 AMC shares and should vest in 1 to 2 million more AMC shares after taxes by 2024. That's a huge incentive to do what's best for AMC and you. And then this one, but just for the record, there's absolutely nothing wrong with being. Wait. First, this one. Such garbage info out there from people or bots who try to scare you and cast doubt. Maybe they don't see. He was firefighting this weekend too. I forgot to hit like on these. He was firefighting this weekend too. Such garbage info out there from people or bots who try to scare you and cast doubt. Maybe they don't like you or me, or they want to make a name for themselves at AMC's expense. The latest merde. And this is the one where I was like, I got done telling a story about this word like just a week or two ago, or tops. He says the latest merde, French Google it, is that I'm bald and wear a toupee. Nope, it's all my own hair. And by the way, this is from Mark Cahotis, guys. If you don't know who Mark Cahotis is, let me pull him up here real quick. I hate to put him up on my feed, but does he not have his own? Is he not? I swear he was verified. I think this is him. Yeah, this has got to be him. End of story. Adam's CEO Adam on Sunday in August. You were trolling me about your wig. Why not go out and pick a dozen ears of corn? My wig indicator works 95% of the time. But he had stated something where he talked about Adam Aaron's hair. Adam Aaron was basically directly saying to him, "You're a dumbass." I'm looking for the specific one that Cahotis put out there. I'm just gonna tell you right now, guys. Like Mark Cahotis, the only reason he's been in this community, and I was when he first came into it, he kind of acted like he was like here to help us, kind of a thing. And a lot of I was very skeptical. A lot of people were like, "Aren't you happy? Aren't you happy?" I was like, I don't know. Yeah, I don't understand why he's here helping us. What is it? What is his bone in this? Well, he's got something he's gonna want to try and get out of us. And very soon thereafter, he started treating people within the community like trash. I mean, just absolute trash. It became very apparent very quickly as that some people were connecting him to something called T0 before he was even advertising it. Or actually, it was right about the time he started advertising it. And then here he is as it relates to T0 and what they're doing. I've always said that Stephanie DeBeats is the best there is to emerging market and have tremendous respect for his mind, standing and energy. Don't sleep on him, and he is a great man. And I don't know. I can't even read his comments. But Mark Cahotis is he's part. He has a vested interest in T0 because I believe he's part owner, and he's been trying to push T0 on the ape community for quite a while. In fact, Adam Aaron has had to tell him to stand down at least once in a letter. So Mark Cahotis is not on our side. He is definitely not. All he wants to do is try and make money off the apes in some way or another. He sees us more as a potential slush fund for himself. And so anybody who's following that guy or pushing him or his ideas, they don't stand for what it is that we stand for. They just don't. They're just simply trying to get money out of our what it is that we're trying to do here. So I don't know. Just if you know people who are following that guy, just ignore what it is they have to say because I can guarantee you it's not helpful. All right, and I don't care if he comes after me too. It's fine. I hope he does because we've got tons of recordings out there. I would love to sit there and play for you guys. In fact, I might even have to do that. But we've got tons of recordings out there of him just sitting there bashing people within this community. Just absolutely like tearing into people, being super rude. The man he's not anything like what we stand for. I'm gonna log into my broker real quick here, guys, and we'll check over the numbers. Two-factor authentication, you might want to use it. It may help prevent keeping somebody out of your account during a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. All right, let's head on over to the other screen here, and I'm not going to be able to see what it is you guys are writing. All right, starting in the top left-hand corner, price prediction tallies on Friday. The only two people who got points were Keto and myself. So let me award those points. But because my average was closer to the final, I get 2 points. One point for getting the price prediction right, and then the second for being closest to average. So I won the week for last week with 4 out of a possible 4 out of a possible 6 points. Not that great. As a group, we kind of bit dirt on, if that's such a thing. We ate some dirt last week on price prediction tallies. Since we're under $25, it's going to be back down to a $3 range. So anybody who's giving price predictions will just be $3 range for the day today. Short exempt volume. Oh man. So I hadn't even looked at it this weekend at all. And then somebody asked me last night, I think it was Super Steven asked me, he goes, hey, what was short exempt volume on Friday? So I pull it up, 934.5 thousand shares, almost nearly a million. And I don't think our volume was that exceptional. But those are some really big numbers. 934.5. I'm just going to call it 934. Our price increase was a decrease of negative 4.01%, wiping out the little bit of a run that we had going on there. And utilization, reporting 100%. Let me just verify the date on this, that it's today's date. Or I mean, not today's, but Friday's. August 12th. That is correct. We now have 130 days of utilization being 100%. 130 business trading days. It's pretty high. Max pain for this week. I'm going to guess 22. I'm going to guess it's leaving off where it was from last week. So 22 is what it was on Friday. Let's see what it is this week. 20. It's down. So we're currently $4 above max pain. Off exchange, our final numbers for Friday was 58.79 and 9.36, bringing us to a grand total of 68.15 percent of our volume going through the off exchanges. It's elevated, but not super high. 64% is what I would be considered normal. High would be anything over 70, so it's like in between. And NYSE ARCA was about 3% higher than normal. I reached out to somebody a little bit smarter than I am, Bigums, and in Twitter, and sent him a DM. And I know the guy probably gets like crap tons of DMs asking him about this to see if there was something he could kind of research into it. And I got no response back. So I'm gonna have to either try to reach him again, or I don't know. I'm not sure how I'm gonna get through to him, but I might have to resort to some other sources that I have. Taking a look at institutional ownership, we did have a pretty decent drop in institutional ownership. We were running in the 190s. BlackRock did have 13F that was filed and coming through. The new total now is down to, last Friday we were at 170.996 million owned by institutions. That's now 169. Nice. 0.578 million. We hit a high on May 17th of 193 million owned by institutions. So 24 million shares less in ownership through institutions than there was a couple months back. 3 months. And this is what I was telling you guys before. We don't need to sell. We want the institutions to sell their shares. They're the ones that should create the selling pressure. Taking a look at Ortex data there, you'll see that the shares on loan are down to 133.9 million, which is a little bit lower than what it was. I believe we were hitting 141. We'll take a look at the numbers here more closely in just a few minutes. But the short share interest of the free float is estimated to be 17.78%. Let's see what else we got going on here. Options. Our highest strike. Wow. Okay, never mind. Our highest strike is $41. That's just $1 more than what it was last week. Actually, I think we might have had 41 last week, but the highest amount was at 40. At $41 this week, we have approximately 10.7 thousand contracts. Highest amount of open interest for calls is currently at 30. Which is $5 up from what it was last week. And there's 34,000 contracts. On the puts, Last week, the highest amount of open interest was at a $25 strike. It's now 20, and we have 16.6 thousand contracts at 20. Let's see here. Let me move a couple screens around, and we'll take a look at the rest of the info. Starting with Ortex. That's what 130 trading days of 100% utilization looks like. Let's zoom in a little bit here more closely on where we're at right now in this moment in time. On loan amount, decreasing from 140.18 to 133.9. Let me just do some quick math here. So would that be 6.2 million decrease? Of that 6.2 million, let's see how much of that was short interest. So estimated short share interest of the free float dipped from 18.21 down to 17.78. So let me pull up the calculator again. $17.78. So 0.0043 times 516 million shares. Roughly 2.2 million of that was short interest. All right. With a decrease in loan amounts, typically speaking, it depends on whether they're old or new loans as to what will happen with the on loan average age per day. If they're newer loans, that will skyrocket. If they're older loans, then it may actually flatline or head down. So let's see what it did. It actually went down a little bit, so they must be older loans that were closed out of the 6.2 million. Again, bullish when this number starts to move downwards because that tells you that an incoming price increase is coming as short positions are trying to close out those positions before the price increase. So that went from 51.47 down to 49.58. Security lending volume was down. It went from 29.3 million to 13.13. Orders by Fidelity customers on Friday. AMC came in second, most heavily traded stock, with 58% buys to 42% sales, and GME was 20th with 54% buys to 46% sales. Trigger price for SSR for the day today is $22. Shares available to borrow. There was some activity that happened over the weekend. I could show it to you guys, but I'm just going to tell you that I went ahead and went through and added it all up. Thank you very much to Delusional and Active for both participating in tracking that throughout the weekend, because as I was taking a timeout, they were stepping up and recording that information. And if it hadn't been for them, we would have missed about 2.5 million shares that were borrowed over the weekend. So thanks to them, we got those pictures in, and we could confirm that those borrowed events over the weekend occurred. So far this morning, it looks like they've borrowed an additional 750,000 since I was watching. So let me just add this up. So far, I've seen over the weekend. I'm going to include what we had over the weekend plus what we've had so far this morning, which added up to 2.75 million. Now it's an additional 750,000 shares out of the available, and the ETFs look like they have an additional 50,000 shares having been borrowed. So that's going to put us at 3.55 million shares having been borrowed so far for the day to day. That's pretty difficult, or not for the day, but it's over the weekend. It's pretty high. Not really, really high, but I mean it's definitely up there. 6.4% is the fees. We currently have for this week, we have 131.5 thousand contracts out of the money on the calls versus 75.1 thousand contracts that are in the money. Some pretty large numbers. I don't like seeing the out of the money calls so high. I hope those don't continue to stack, but I do like the fact that we already have 75,000 that are in the money. That's good. Out of the money puts, we have 96.8 thousand contracts and 12,000 contracts in the money. Again, also with the short exempt volume, guys, ever since the 5th, we have had massive amounts of short exempt volume, and these are going to likely turn into failure to delivers. So things are going to start getting pretty spicy here within 35 days of the 5th of August. I think it's going to get really super spicy. Let's see how long that is. Let's see here. 35 days from the 5th. The 9th of September. I'm rough estimating here. Let's see. Yeah, I think I should be the 9th of September. Eastern side of the world, a little bit of mixed reviews on how the markets were trending over the weekend on their last day of trading on Friday. Let's see how our markets are shaping up here for the futures. The VIX is shaping to be up about 0.5%. Most of the other markets are looking like they're going to be down about 0.5%. So we've got a red open. In the pre-market, we've got Tesla up 0.38, Amazon is down 0.61, Cinemark is down 1.45, Doge is down 7.22, Bitcoin is down 0.82. Bitcoin had some interesting things happening over the weekend. I did post something in the Discord about how I felt like there was going to be, it was really, really darn close to having its last run up before breakdown. You will notice that I've got my box right here for the breakout heading down on Bitcoin is set up that starts on the 20th. It's this coming weekend. GME is down 1.62% in the pre-market. HYMC down 0.99. Hood is down 0.91. NCMI is up 10.63 and AMC is down 1.47. Inflow versus outflow on Friday was a $34 million difference in outflow, more in outflow. 65,000 shares having been traded so far. We got a little over 15 minutes left here before our pokey stick of volume. Let's take a look at our time intervals here. Looking at Vortex Indicator and RSI, we've got more buying pressure than selling pressure On the weekly time interval with 63.21, which is above average on RSI. On the daily, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 71.98, signaling overbought. We've been signaling overbought since 8/4. Dang, that's a long time. 10 days. On the 1 hour, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 41.3, no, 42 point, it's changing, 40.72, which is below average. On a 30-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure, or it might be really close to even, with an RSI of 36.46, which is signaling oversold. No, sorry, it's not. It's below average, rather. On a 5-minute interval, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 42.69, which is below average. On the Ichimoto cloud, price does usually like to fall down through green and up through red. You'll notice that there's a pretty massive green cloud coming up here. More than likely, we're probably moving down through the green cloud. Let me just see if I can pull back up my indicators. You can see where the red line that I have down here for an SSR trigger and SPF blue line is. That's definitely within possibilities within the next 1 to 2 days, hitting those high 21s to 22s. You can see that the conversion line has crossed the baseline and the lagging line is below price line. On the 4 hour, there's going to be some discounted tendies coming your way. On the 4 hour, we've got lagging line is still above price line, but price has fallen down to the base. Conversion line is still above base. This is a pretty heavy selling signal right here on the 4 hour as well. We are in a green cloud cycle, which means, moving down through the cloud might make the most sense. The cloud bottom on this for the end of today is 2066. And that's actually the same price for tomorrow. So we could be falling down into that 20 range. I know others have suggested that as well. Oops. Bollinger Bands are pretty wide this morning, but they are starting to kind of pinch in a little bit here as we get closer to 7 a.m. my time. And with that, I can see what it is you guys are writing again. The market pumping has given them extra money to be bold and short some more. Yeah, I mean, I definitely think that there's money that's being made out there in the market for sure. Yes, we did finish watching Old School this last weekend, Danny, and I looked over at my wife when it was over and I said, that wasn't that funny. I watched it all the way through and I just, I don't know. In regards to Will Ferrell, I'm like hit or miss. Like some movies, I think he's absolutely hysterical. Other movies, I think he's completely ruined. For example, like I'm trying to think of the Ben Stiller movie with where he's a model. Shoot, I can't. I'll never remember the name, but I think he ruined that movie. There's other movies where I've just thought that he's just been and to be honest with you, I just didn't think that was Zoolander. Thank you. I didn't think it was that funny. I really didn't. It wasn't. It didn't. I didn't laugh too hard at Old School. I don't know. I'll tell you one thing though. One of the comedians in there. Let me look him up because I can never remember his name. One of the comedians that's in there, I cannot stand that guy. Like I just don't think he's funny at all. Like zero funniness. He's maybe gotten a chuckle out of all the movies he's ever done. He's maybe gotten a chuckle out of me like once. Um, Vince Vaughn. Vince Vaughn has gotten a chuckle out of me maybe once, maybe twice, and that's about it. I've never, ever, ever been able to laugh at Vince Vaughn. He just doesn't make me laugh. In fact, one of the what was the one where he did the movie? What was the name of the movie that he did with the Friends girl? I can't remember what it is where she was his girlfriend and it was like I think it was called The Breakup or something. Dude, like that was probably like one of the best comedies he's ever done in my opinion. Yeah, The Breakup. That's like literally probably one of the best all-time comedies he's ever done with Jennifer Aniston. Thank you. And I can't stand Jennifer Aniston. It was a train wreck. It was an absolute train wreck, and it ended up being probably one of his best pieces he's ever done, in my opinion. Yeah. Yep. Got you, Tim. But I don't know, guys. Like I don't. Will Ferrell, he's kind of hit or miss for me. So and I didn't think Old School was all that. I didn't think it was one of his best ones. I mean, you want to go back and you want to talk Will Ferrell and good movies. I guess Talladega Nights would probably be one of my more favorites. I'm trying to think what other movies he's in, so I'm looking them up. He just really is hit or miss for me. Like he's Elf. Elf is a classic. I mean, Elf is a classic that I mean, I don't even have to see. I haven't even gotten to the movies yet. Okay, here we go. I just got to the movies. Anchorman. I just don't laugh at Anchorman. It just doesn't. Anchorman does nothing for me. I don't find it very funny. I mean, there's some good parts in it, but it's just, nah. I'm going through his list of movies. Yeah, I don't know. I'm going through all the movies listed here, and there's nothing that really like pops out. Talladega Nights. Talladega Nights might have been like one of his best ones of all time. That might be it for me. Have I seen Vince Vaughn and Curb Your Enthusiasm? I have not. The Last of the Mohicans. Are you guys just throwing off movies now? Elf and Step Brothers was okay. It was all right. The Internship, I don't even remember that one. Um, Elf and Talladega Nights are like his two best, I think, out of all the movies that I know him from. Those are probably the best ones. I actually do like Will Ferrell. I think he's hilarious, but I just some of the movies that he's in, he either makes them or breaks them. What movies have you found funny? Like recent or old? Because I'm a big Ben Stiller fan. I do love Ben Stiller. I'm more of a dry humor kind of guy. Bill Murray, Ben Stiller, those are my guys. I like those guys. They do really good humor. Bill says, Casey, good morning, Casey. When we get the Ape shares, doesn't that double your workload? Will you run numbers for both tickers? I will. Yeah, Wedding Crashers was just kind of okay. Um, that had Vince Vaughn in it, right? I feel like Vince Vaughn was in Wedding Crashers. I don't know who else was in it, but it was just kind of meh. It was all right. Tommy Boy is a great movie. Z Wade, more excellent work out of you over the weekend. I watched some more of your videos, and I think I left you a comment in one of them, but I don't know if you got it or not yet. But I did leave a comment in there. There, so Z Wade, he's a photographer, in case you guys didn't know, and he had this beauty. I couldn't believe it. I couldn't believe it, Z Wade. You had that brick. You had the brick street, and I was just like, I was waiting for you to like zoom, like put the camera down on like ground level on that brick with the lines. Oh man, like some of the video, some of the pictures that you were taking, I was just like, I couldn't wait for you to like put the camera down by the brick road and do lines with that. And then it didn't happen. I felt like I was like, oh man, he missed out on the bricks. It would have been a pretty, I think it would have been a pretty good picture. Jabib says, with all of Adam Aaron's tweets, I find it so difficult seeing him setting us up to lose. I don't think that he's setting us up to lose. I think that Mark Cahotis is just upset that he's not doing T0. I think we might be going a little bit down. You're making a video just for me. Dude, I felt like there was like a like a major opportunity for lines and a depth of focus would have been beautiful on the on those bricks, man. I don't know where that street was, but you had that brick street would have been amazing. Especially if you find like one of those. Usually those brick streets have like that like mossy spot somewhere. You know, if you can find that moss, it's like growing in between the bricks. Oh my gosh, the the depth of focus and then focusing in on particularly just that one like little spot of like the moss growing through the. I used to be in photography, so I look for those kind of things. My eyes see it and they go like, oh yeah, there's a good picture right there. Yeah, I do think price is going to drop today. Mega says I think we hit SSR today. It's possible. It's definitely possible. We're down. Usually in the pre-market, they like to try and drop it a good portion of the way, just because it makes it that much easier to hit it on market open. No, it was really bricks. They're bricks that he had in his pictures. It wasn't cobblestone. It was bricks. Red bricks. Apes R Us says moss coming through the bricks are getting me hot. Stockfather says it's called a spring on Wyckoff. Stockfather, good to see you this morning. Yeah, I definitely think a spring off of like 20 some odd dollars would be definitely appropriate. Here we are, 7 a.m. Our pokey stick of volume, 75,000 shares going into it. Let's see what kind of number we finally get out of this here. Ooh, 208. It's looking like a triple. We're getting a triple out of the pokey stick of volume here. $212 is putting us at 287,000 shares in total traded by 7 a.m., which is probably going to put us in the range of like 50 to 70,000 shares traded for the day today. Cody says the last day we had falling price in pre-market, we ran 30%. Just saying. So far, I've got 291,000 shares having been traded so far. So yeah, so million. Did I say thousand? I meant million. 50 to 70 million. I don't know what I said. Maybe I said thousand. I meant million. 50 to 70 million shares traded for the day today. My bad if I said thousand. The Cat Zone says Adam Aaron is either creating an army of generational AMC shareholders and product loyalists, or an army of generational AMC haters and bashers. Yeah, we'll find out. We will definitely find out. Mitch says I don't think he'd be doing all this positive tweeting if he was going to hurt us. Our objectives and his align. The two main indicators that I've got showing on the page right now: vortex indicator and RSI. Fengus Khan was asking, can you tell me what indicator you're using right now on TradingView? Those are the two big ones that I watch on an hourly basis and at multiple time intervals. Mike says, wouldn't it benefit him more to prolong this all as much as who's him? I'm assuming that you're speaking about Adam Aaron. I don't know what you mean by how. Well, I guess maybe try to explain to me what you mean by how it would benefit him, because I think you mean more like AMC in general of the company. But what do you mean by that though? Like, what do you mean? Why would it benefit the company to prolong this? Fengus Khan, Investopedia is not a bad place to go and just kind of check out different indicators. And I think if you look both of those up, you'll get a really good description on how they work. I know a lot of people really prefer MACD in regards to um, looking at an oscillating indicator that tells you when there's a swing or a change in buying and selling pressure. I prefer vortex indicator. It's just easier for me to read. VWAP is another indicator that's pretty highly used as well, along with moving averages. Yes, CPE, that should be correct. 100% utilization should be correct on AMC. Ape, on the other hand, doesn't necessarily have to have 100% utilization because there shouldn't be any borrowing right off the bat. So I would say the Ape isn't necessarily going to be at 100%. James says people only doubt when they don't trust 100% in themselves, and depending on a human being is against the nature the most height creator gave us in life. You have to make your decisions from knowledge. The Cat Zone says a well-run company and great CEO dream of creating loyal and generational shareholders and customers. I would agree with that. You know, VWAP. It's VWAP. In regards to loyal shareholders, somebody was mentioning somebody, I don't remember who it was I was watching recently or listening to, but somebody had said, when was the last time you've seen this loyal of besides GME and AMC, when's the last time you've seen this loyal of a group of investors in a company? And the first thing that came to my mind was Tesla. I was like, yeah, Tesla, because there are some like major hardcore investors in Tesla who will not, um, and Bitcoin even too. Some major hardcore investors that just do not believe in failure of those. Well, one's a cryptocurrency and the other one's a security. Royals or Cardinals? See, all right. I'm only a Kansas City fan because growing up it was my name, right? So like, how do you not like the team? So I'm not really a Royals or Cardinals fan, so don't hate. I grew up in San Diego. The Padres were a big. I was a big fan of the Padres growing up as a kid. My mom used to take me to a lot of their baseball games. Um, but one of my favorite baseball players played for the Red Sox, and then later retired, I think, through the Giants, and he was playing with Barry Bonds back when Barry Bonds was playing. His name is Ellis Burks, but he played for the Boston Red Sox, and so that was my team back in the day. I really like the Boston Red Sox. Nobody knows who Ellis Burks is, though. You know what, Carpenter? The Chargers, like, man, they done fail me so many times, and they're not San Diego anymore. It really started to upset me how often, and this, I don't know. I want to love the Cowboys. I want to love the Chargers, but I just can't. Too many losses. It's always getting us excited and making it to the playoffs, and then nothing. Trail the Trip TV says Red Sox, no. I usually have like a favorite player, and then whatever team they move to is the team that I like. Dino Mike says Ellis Burks had a solid ass career. I agree, man. I think he was probably a very underrated player. Um, he had a very solid career, but you could tell when he started juicing though, because man, he didn't start off his career as a bigger guy. Good morning, Roadster guy. Back in the day, Ellis Burks, I want to say he used to play like second base or shortstop, and then later on, I think he was in outfield. I think he did, if I'm not mistaken. Back when he was more limber. My bad back to AMC. But I always wanted to. Me and my buddy, when we were growing up, we always wanted to root for the underdogs, and so we always picked players to root for that were not quite Hall of Famers, that didn't get all that much credit. And mine was Ellis Burks. His was his was Jeffries on the New York Mets. I can't remember his first name. Something Jeffries. Was it Greg Jeffries maybe? Greg Jeffries. Yeah, Greg Jeffries. That was his guy. So we both, and he was actually pretty decent when he first started out. But those were our two underrated players. MCon, that would be a great question. I have a feeling that Hawk might not necessarily be all that into sports, but we'll see. Maybe I'll have a chance to interview him one of these days and we can find out. I would love to be wrong. We just printed a TD9. Nine straight data points heading downwards. Should see a reversal on this. Abby, I think the price is heading down today. I do. Based off of what the market's looking kind of red right now. The market's poised to open up about 0.5% down. I think you'll see some of that translate into negative pressure on AMC. How the day ends up is an entirely different story. I am projecting somewhere between 50 and 70 million shares having been traded for the day today by the end of the day. But I'm seeing some downwards pressure. James wants to know what a TD9 is. Let's pull it up here. Let's see, indicators. TD sequential is an indicator that identifies a turning point in the price trend of an asset or an index, essentially on any time frame. If the chart of an asset shows 9 consecutive candles above or below the closure of 4 candles prior, then it prints a TD9. So it's just got to be below or above. And then usually what it does is it prints out like the direction it's going to head in a different color. So it'll be like red 1 through 8 and then a green 9, meaning the price should start hitting green after that. Or if it's going up, it'll be 1 through 8 in green and 9 will be red and heading down. It's just basically a trend. Shaw, let these people know. Maine, I'm sure that's like a misspelling, but Maine, growing up Missouri, you got to find something to stay on the right path. Mine was music, and now it's AMC. Yeah, I can understand that. Like depending on where you grow up, it's um, there's not a whole lot of entertainment, so you got to make your entertainment. James, you're welcome. Can't wait to be driving my Lambo from KC all the way home. Well, hopefully it's not too far of a drive. Well, I don't know if they would be called failure to delivers, Bill, because essentially failure to delivers are it usually is short exempt volume, right? Short exempt volume is positions that were opened without any kind of actual loaning of a share. It's a short position without a loaned issuance of a share. If those are exercised at any given point, then a share would need to be found to be paid and also returned to the original loaner of the share. That becomes a failure to deliver. That's what a failure to deliver is when you've loaned a share from somebody and then you have not returned that share within a certain period of time. In regards to what's going to happen with this preferred unit issuance, is that when they borrow those types of positions that are not technically held by real shares, they can pay in lieu of shares being owed. So what they would only really need to do is they would just need to cough up some cash. And so I would think that essentially what you're going to see is you won't see failure delivers for that reason. Failure delivers come from shares that aren't owned and need to be purchased. And in this particular case, let me rephrase that: are loaned, are not owned, and need to be purchased. In this particular case, we have shares that just aren't given to people that are due. And I don't know if that's called failure delivery. It's probably called something else, but I'm not sure what it is. We'll find out. It's not a failure to deliver. Happy Gilmore was a good movie. I'm hit or miss with Adam Sandler. Like I like a lot of his stuff, but there's a few out there that I just don't. They're just not that funny. Correct me if I'm wrong. SSR equals more failure. Usually, not always, but what ends up happening, Mega, is you tend to see more short exempt volume that occurs when SSR is tripped. That's because during that period of time, it's legal for market makers to create liquidity in an illiquid market, and so they'll end up creating, instead of using the off exchange to trade shares, they'll actually just create liquidity uh, by borrowing shares they're not really borrowing, short exempt volume. So yes, usually, and that's why when we saw, and I'm going to pull up Stonko trackers just to kind of support this idea. When we watched SSR trip, I don't remember how long ago it was. I'd have to go back and look, but when we tripped SSR not too long ago, I think it was right around 8.5 or thereabouts. We ended up having 2.5 million in short exempt volume. I haven't seen over a million in over a year probably. So that's a massive amount. And then the very next day, 2.4 million. They created more. And then almost a million the day after that, almost a million again. And then it dropped down to 653,000, where if I scroll down the screen here, there is one other 600,000 shares. But I mean, these numbers are just massive. Like they're doing a lot of short exempt volume. We had 934,000 on Friday, and they didn't even trip SSR. If they had tripped SSR, this number probably would have been like closer to 2 million. Matt Labar says Ellis Burks and Greg Jeffries tell me we grew up at the same time without telling me we grew up at the same time. I think if I had to remember, it was before. I know it was before. It might have been like '88. I think it was '88, Matt. Just in case you're wondering, I'm pretty sure it was '88. That was the year that we were picking our favorite. '87, '88 that we were picking our favorite players. But it was shortly thereafter that they had the strikes. Do you remember the baseball strikes that they had? And that's when I fell away from baseball. I was a huge fan as a kid growing up, and then those player strikes happened in like it was either the late 80s or early 90s. It might have even been right around 90 because I remember I was like going into my freshman year of high school in 1990, and I didn't want to have anything to do with baseball anymore. I was just kind of like, yep, I'm tired of that. I don't know. There was something about seeing your favorite players striking because they weren't making enough money that just kind of made me angry as a kid. I don't know. That's like the first time in my life where I really even cared about, what people were making and whether they were getting their fair share or not, which is an entirely different story. But Tell the Trip TV says, "Are you done with this market after this, or still going to be a shark in the giant ocean?" And I'll tell you what, after every time we've had like one of these market-wide events where I would call it a recession or a market crash, whichever you prefer to use, I have stepped away for a year or two, and just because it's really difficult to make money in a bear market unless you like to go short on positions, and I never have. I don't like going short. The strike was in 94? Are you sure there wasn't two strikes, that there wasn't one earlier than 94? Because I feel like it was like, I feel like I'm almost positive that there was a period of time in there where there's a strike before 94 where that's, I feel like there's two strikes. Look it up and see. Maybe I'm wrong. Because I graduated in 94, but I'm pretty sure I was done caring about the statistics and the cards in my freshman year of high school. And Heach died due to a bad car crash. I don't know who that is. Uh, oh, I do know who that is. Wow, that sucks. My wife just said that's like 3 days old now. Old news. It's still sad. Where have I been? I don't know. I guess I wasn't watching that. Brian says, I used to be a football fan until I found out how much they made. You know what? I enjoy going to like high school games. Well, maybe not. I shouldn't say college because I don't go to any college games, but high school games and maybe like local AAA or something like that. Those are actually more fun than going to some of the major leagues anymore. It feels more personable. It's like the classic game that you feel like it should be, where the players are average guys that you could meet in a store someplace or um, I don't know. It's a different kind of game. Thanks, James. There was one in the 80 or 81. Okay, well, maybe I just got my timeline messed up then because I felt like it was earlier than 94. But if it was 94, then I guess I started falling away from it as soon as I got into high school. I guess once I got into high school, I was done with baseball, I guess. I don't know why. Or this is a Mandela effect. I think the price is going to move down today, Haze Monster. I'm not sure exactly how far, but um, I think the Ichimoto cloud is pretty clear that there's a sell-off potential. There's sell-off potential for a little bit of period of time, and perhaps moving underneath. Well, if I pull it back out here, hold on a second. We'll take a look at it. At least down to probably at 2384, which we're really close to at the very least. But I'm expecting perhaps on the 4 hour to cross through the cloud at some point between now and tomorrow, which would put us down in the high 20 range. MG Tosa said, for those of you that are too young to remember, they used to make grocery bags out of brown. Do you remember when they got rid of plastic for a while? Like they were doing only paper because plastic was bad for the environment, and then everybody started like freaking out that it was you know yeah, my wife just said I used to like the paper bags because we use them for book covers. I mean, there were so many different things you could reuse paper bags for. And then all of a sudden, everybody started freaking out that we were using paper bags and it was bad for our environment. And so everybody started going to plastic. And now all of a sudden, everybody's freaking out. It's like, oh, it's plastic and everything now. And it's like, okay, so what next? Are we going back to paper again? What's the deal? Oh man, it's really funny to me how the longer you live, the more insanity you see with everything around you. Nobody can really make up their mind which direction we're gonna go with you know trying to save the planet. My kids are running cross country for their high school for the first time, and my little guy said that was the most mediocre sport I've ever had to watch. Baseball? Yeah. But go to a game that you have like in town where it's like a if you have like a opportunity to see like a AAA team or something like that. Go watch that. It's so much better than watching in live. It's fun to watch live. Do the whole hot dogs and everything. Buck says paper bags are great to store peaches in, allowing them to ripen. Coors tricked the world into going plastic. The core. Richard says in New York they banned plastic bags and now they're making you pay for paper. We're living in the Matrix. Up to you to figure that out. Red pill or blue pill. I actually used to do that to people on I would get random people that would ask me questions on Twitter or Reddit, and sometimes just to try and like figure out whether they were real or if they were just trying to egg me on. I would ask them, I'm like, are you sure you want to know the answer, red pill or blue pill? and then I'd wait to see what their answer was. And if they said blue pill, I would I would just straight up not talk to them anymore. It's like if you don't know the answer to that, then you're in the wrong place. Roseanne says baseball is ingrained in my family. We have a professional player in our family. Lots of fun. Yeah, I mean, I love baseball as a kid. I really, really did, and it made me sad to walk away from it. Corporations, thank you. Yeah, I was like core. Jay says it's break time. Thank you, Jay. Einstein says aside from the aluminum bat, I like college baseball. Yeah, I think the pitchers probably don't like those aluminum bats either. BioLife says, Casey, any way to tell why shares available on the weekend in Stonko Tracker moves? I saw 200 to 300,000 shares leave and pop back in. We got more than that, BioLife. Hold on a second. We had Delusion. He was in the Discord posting pictures, and so has Active, and he was able to post these pictures over the weekend. And there was more than. Oops, this is probably not the one I want to show you. Hold on a second. There was more than that. So actually, let's go back up to this one again. Here we go. They had 1.1 million shares available, and then it went down to zero, both in the ETFs and the available amount of shares. They just completely tanked out, and then they started returning shares again. We added up everything over the weekend since Delusion was posting these, and after it was all said and done, I got about I think it was 2.75 million shares over the weekend that were borrowed. So I tracked that and added that into today's borrow amounts for the movement for the day today. Oops. And why would they be doing that? I do know that the Frankfurt exchange is open on Sundays, so I would imagine that and this is just me guessing, but some of that I imagine to be shares that are used to perhaps manipulate price over the weekend in foreign markets. But it may also be them loading up on shares to be able to use for the beginning of the week this week. Haze Monster, that is not correct. The 19th is the last day. You know what, Thick? He's done multiple times. He has said things that are direct references to things that I've put in the or said or put in the titles. For example, the red coats are coming, and then he did right after that he did the whole Boston um, Paul Revere mention. There's been a couple of times where there are things that I've said or put in titles for the streams that have been a direct correlation to things that he has said directly right after. But the fact that I just said, I just talked about Merd not too long ago, I think is kind of weird. Yeah, I think I said that it meant the F word a while back, the American Trader. I always get it mixed up. I always forget which one it means. I know they told me the right answer back when I was working at the company, but yeah, it is. It's the S word. No, no, Adam, I am not. I think it would be kind of weird. I think it'd be kind of weird to not get your ape shares prior to exiting your position. It seems kind of nutty. Casey, what is the last time? I'm not sure what you mean by the last time. Yeah. Monty, thank you very much. 21.89 to 24.89. Gotcha. The last day for Ape shares is the 19th. You can buy up to the end of closing day on the 19th and still get your Ape share. And I'll just type it in the chat. How good is it that the settlement is the same day? Like think about this for a second, Thor Bladed. Like you could never have settlement and issuance on a in a period of time to where you where it wasn't really close to each other. Otherwise, you would give people the opportunity to sell their position, still get the dividend, and then that wouldn't be fair to like other people who are still holding. It doesn't make sense. Volume's looking like we're gonna have somewhere between 50 and 70 million Thorbladed. It's mediocre. All right, I'm gonna head to break here, guys. We're getting a little bit of price rip going on here. Heading back up. Yeah, I know, but kind of CPE, we always got to do 2 weeks. It's always 2 weeks. You don't change that day. Man, I cannot type today. I feel like it's nothing unusual though. This new keyboard's kind of, I feel like it's like more elevated or something. I'm not sure what it is, but it's just slightly off. Still getting used to it. Alrighty, guys. I will see you after. Well, I'll see you at 8:15 when I do price prediction. See you guys in a bit.
Don't let download limits hold you back. Upbeat Premium gives you unlimited access to the world's hottest beat makers and indie artists. Go Premium and get unlimited downloads for just $6.99 a month.
Alrighty, guys. Let's see if I can figure out where price is going to be heading to here. So we've seen this dip already once before. We saw a rise to 27.50 and a dip down to, trigger synthetic price failures before at these same prices not too long ago. Let me see here. It would have been from 727 to 89, we went up to 27.50. From 89 to 810, we went down to 2073. We rose back up to as high as 27.19, which was not quite all the way to the top. And so we may get this push back down to that 2073 range again. We may be seeing kind of like a double top, double bottom. Let's see here. Very, very similar patterns. Not quite exactly the same, but almost elongated. This portion right here where we're at right now looks very similar to this portion right here, which would see, potentially the drop down the rest of the way. So I'm going to go 20. 2075 to 2375. It might be too much. Let's go 2124. I feel like that's not giving me enough room to account for upwards price movement at all, but I think that's what I'm going for. Let's see if Keto put anything in the messages here. See if he's got his price prediction in. He does 2278 to 2578. And let me get the message off the top here. Roseanne says, I hope you guys are wrong with your prices. I'm actually, I think this gives an opportunity for a lot of people to be able to buy in at a lower price range again. And, especially if they want to get some more of those Ape shares. Eric's asking me if it's the price range that we're allowed to be in, whether it's $5 or $3. But since we're under 25 bucks, we're going to go with $3. I don't know about you guys, but I hadn't really thought about this. I was doing my morning thinking, and it suddenly dawned on me. I was like, you know what? I hadn't really thought about this before, but when we get these Ape shares, it's basically going to double our position. I hadn't really been thinking about it. Eric's coming in 2280 to 2580. I feel like I'm going too low on my on 21 to 24. I feel like I should probably do like 2150. Hold on a second. Let me just check and see one more time. 2150 is probably. Yeah, I'm gonna change mine just a tad. I think 21. I think 21 is too low. I need to give myself some topside room just in case. And I think 2150 would give me that extra 50 cents that would put me over 24. So 20. I'm gonna change mine to 2150, 2450. I think I'm just a little too low. 2150 still gets me underneath a synthetic price failure, and if they were to close out the day in that range, then it would, you know, I'd have it priced in. But if the price started moving back up at any given point, I'd be able to price that at least 50 cents upwards movement. Yo says, Casey, do you have a hard time in the cereal aisle? Not usually. It's either Captain Crunch, uh, Kellogg's, Frosted Mini Wheats, Cracklin' Oat Bran, which is good shit, guys. I know it sounds really nasty, but it's really good. And maybe some every once in a while, I'll go for some um, either Cocoa Krispies or Fruit Loops. Sorry, I said Fruit Loops. I didn't mean Fruit Loops. I meant Apple Jacks. Just because I love the taste of the milk after you have some Apple Jacks in your bowl. And I am a milk drinker. With all the choices, it might take you a minute. Maybe when I was younger, with all the choices, but not now. I know what I like. And my mom never gave us cocoa cookie crisp growing up, and so I got some later on in choice or later on in life. I made the choice to go out and buy some, and it was never nearly as good as I thought it was going to be. I was a little dissatisfied. Grape nuts is the ape cereal. I can't eat. My dad used to eat grape nuts, Fred, so we always had some in the house. I feel like that stuff's made to like crack your teeth on purpose. I just don't. I honestly don't know how anybody can eat grape nuts. It's so painful. I do love me some cinnamon toast crunch, only I get to eating it and I tend to have like more than I should. And then I get a stomach ache from all the cinnamon sugar. Sugar Crane says Sugar Crane says crackling oat bran is really good with half and half. I've never I'm having a hard time thinking of doing that, but I mean, it's good stuff though. Raisin bran with bananas is really good. You try raisin bran with bananas on it. It is sliced bananas. It is the most amazing thing you've ever had in your whole life. It will change your mind about whether or not raisin bran is worth eating. If you're not a banana person, then obviously ignore what I'm saying. Way back in the day when I was wrestling in high school, uh, raisin bran with bananas in it was the breakfast choice. I don't remember that. I don't remember Quisp cereal, no. Silver Bowl says that's how I eat mine. It's the only way. It's really good. If you haven't tried bananas in your raisin bran, you gotta try it. It's life changing. I mean, because normally you would think Raisin Bran, ew, yuck, it's just kind of blah, blah. And then you add bananas to it and you're just like, holy, this is so good. It makes it worthwhile. Guys, we got the VIX up 7.94%. I'm seeing what appears to be a market downtrend here. SPY is down 0.6 in the pre-market. That's our 0.5% down. But the VIX is super, 7.94 is pretty high. Golden grams, guys. I love me some golden grams, but you got to eat them before they get soggy. And you really have to kind of like tear into those things. And I'd rather eat, if I'm gonna have to choose between golden grams and Captain Crunch, I'll go with the Captain Crunch. Alrighty, guys, we're getting ready here for market open. Good morning, Cabasa de Fogo. No, I just wait for it to break 15% up from whatever the bottom was. So the question was, quick question on spying reversal from synthetic price failure. Do you wait for a green daily candle? No. As soon as you see price hit 15% higher than whatever the bottom was when the synthetic price failure occurred, then you know you're tracking higher highs. Alrighty, guys, it's time to get the market open here. We'll see you guys on the other side.
T-minus 90 seconds and counting. All systems are go. We're about 90 seconds from the launch of Space Shuttle Discovery. T-minus 60 seconds and counting. We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start. And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, start, 2, 1, boost ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond.
Back to 67% of rated Solid rocket booster separation confirmed. Guidance now converging. Discovery's onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
You have a good forward leg now and ascent. Okay, you sound good. Discovery Houston, negative return. Copy, negative return.
Now that she's back in the atmosphere with drops of Jupiter in her head. She acts like summer and walks like rain. Reminds me that there's a time to change. Since the return of her stay on the moon, she listens like spring and she talks like June. But tell me, did you sail across the sun? Did you make it to the Milky Way to see the lights all faded and that heaven is overrated? Tell me, did you fall for a shooting star? One without a permanent scar, and then you missed me while you were looking for yourself out there. Now that she's back from that soul vacation, tracing her way through the constellation. She checks out Mozart while she does chapel. Reminds me that there's room to grow. Now that she's back in the atmosphere, I'm afraid that she might think of me as plain old Jane Doe. Sorry about a man who was too afraid to fly, so he never did land. But tell me, did the wind sweep you off your feet? Did you finally get the chance to dance along the light of day and head back to the Milky Way? But tell me, did Venus blow your mind? Was it everything you wanted to find? And then you missed me while you were looking for yourself out there. Can you imagine no love, fried, deep fried chicken? Your best friend always sticking up for you. Even when I know you're wrong, can you imagine no first dance, freeze-dried romance, 5-hour phone conversation, the best soy latte that you ever had in me? But tell me, did the wind sweep you off your feet? Did you finally get the chance to dance along the light of day and head back toward the Milky Way? And tell me, did you sail across the sun? Did you make it to the Milky Way to see the lights all faded and that heaven is overrated? And tell me, did you fall for a shooting star? One without a permanent scar, and then you missed me while you were looking for yourself. Na 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 na. And then you finally get the chance to dance along the light of day. And then you fall for a shooting star, fall for a shooting star. And now you're only looking for yourself out there.
Good morning, you filthy apes. Welcome to AMC and ADD, where we buy, we hold, and we screw the hedgies. Screw them. Good morning, you guys. Hope you all had a great weekend. Price right off the market open did dip down a little bit here. We hit the bottom side of the Bollinger Bands and saw a spring right off that into back to the simple moving average. Typically speaking, if there's going to be continued push down, this would be the turning point where you would see it heading back down again. They may just be trying to control volume at this point. Getting us under 60,000 shares a minute is the ideal amount of volume for manipulation of price, as we've seen time and time again. Our last minute right there was 243,000 shares traded in that single minute. I will say that if you want to see a 100 million share traded day, you have to average, there's 390 minutes in a trading day. You have to average about 250,000 shares a minute to make 100 million shares traded for a single day. So the objective right now is going to be to try and lower volume so they can manipulate price as easily as possible. Which at this point, they haven't gotten us down there yet. We're still seeing somewhat high volume, so they'll probably continue to try and drive the price downwards. Adam Aaron coming through this weekend with a bunch of FUD fighting. I started out on Friday FUD fighting, and it wore on me like super quick to the point to where I pretty much was like, you know what, I'm going to take a time off for the weekend and just enjoy it. So I did. I took off 2 days. I got tons of sleep in and enjoyed it very much. And so now I'm back nice and rested and healthy and in the head and ready to go because I know it started to seem like I was getting a little crazy on Friday. But I'm good. I'm totally good, and I'm ready to go, and I'm ready to fight the FUD. For example, you know, a lot of people are saying that today's some kind of mysterious last day that you can purchase shares to get Ape shares. That is not the truth. The truth is that you could smart move. I started to read what Donkey Kong wrote. You can purchase shares up to the end of the 19th and still get your Ape shares. Cranky Casey. Yeah, I was a little cranky. I was, but I think it was for good reasons though. The crankiness came out, but it was for good reason. But another thing that I want to touch on is that I saw somebody mention earlier that they have a limit order for 2150, and I'm not trying to point you out specifically, but I am. I'm just going to throw this out there. Do you remember that when you create limit orders for a lower price than what price is currently trading at, that you're incentivizing the market to try and drive the price down to fill the orders at those lower values? So keep that in mind, that limit low orders help to drive price down. If that's what you want to see have happen with your stock, your most favorite stock, go ahead and continue to make those limit orders lower than what they are currently trading at, because that's essentially what you're doing is you're helping to drive the market price downwards. You're saying I support the idea that this stock is only worth 2150. So just letting you guys know what those orders are doing and how they speak loudly to the market and what the market wants to do with it. Slapping that ask or buying the ask side is going to help price improvement heading upwards. Or generating. Monty just says my limit order is always set above the ask. That's another way to be able to buy the ask, is setting a limit order that's above the asking price, which means that it will purchase all the way up until it hits that price and then no longer purchase any further. So it's really kind of important to understand how your orders impact the price movement of the stock that it is you're invested in. Let's see here. What else can we dispel? I've been seeing some stuff about AMC 1 that was put out in regards to that being an option chain for Ape, and that's not true. That's simply going to be orders that were placed prior to the 19th for call put positions going forward. It's going to be a settlement what I like to refer to it as is a settlement queue. So those all contracts that are expiring that were made prior to the 19th that are expiring after the 19th are going to be placed into AMC 1 so that future options that are created on AMC are separate from those other orders. So those should. I haven't figured this part out. There's a little bit of this part of this that I'm a little uninformed about, and it's that the valuation of AMC 1 is going to be AMC plus Ape, right? But the part that I don't know is that if somebody were to exercise those options, I'm positive of the fact that they would get a 50-50 split on AMC and Ape shares, but I'm not sure if it would be 50 shares of AMC and 50 shares of Ape shares, or if it'd be 100 AMC shares and 100 Ape shares. I think it would be the latter of those two because it makes the most sense. You know, they should be getting a dividend issued on top of the shares that they exercised for. I'm not positive on this. This is something I would need to call a broker for and find out definitively what the answer to that is. But it seems to make sense to me that they would get, if exercised, they would get both the 100 AMC and 100 Ape shares. So just throwing that out there. The title for the day today, guys, if AMC equals Tendies, then Ape equals Tendies plus. And the reason that I want to say that is that these shares, these Ape shares that we are going to have in our possession, they are as valuable, if not more valuable. And I would take the stance or stand out on a limb and say that I think that they're more valuable than our regular shares of AMC. We can choose to disagree, and that's fine. But I think that the importance of holding on to those shares just as much as you would your AMC shares is crucially vital to what it is that we're trying to accomplish with everything that we're doing here. The idea that you would just sell these shares as though they were trash would potentially not help the situation that we're in. So just keep that in mind. They're your shares. It's your money. You've invested it how you wanted to, and you're certainly entitled to do what you choose with those shares. But I do believe that those Ape shares are Tendy pluses. Point Blank Thor said, while you were away for a few minutes, I went to another YouTube live stream. Half the people in the survey there were concerned on Ape. Hedgy Toads trolling big time, putting the Ape date FUD out there hard. I mean, it's been super, super rough this weekend, man. I had a hard time just going to social media in general because there was so much FUD on Friday that I just couldn't. I was like, I can't do this to myself all weekend long and do this, 9 hours a day, Monday through Friday. It's just too much. But yeah, you're not wrong, man. The amount of FUD that was created this weekend was abnormally high, which tends to be what their game plan is. It's part of their playbook. Brian says Tendies plus plus. You know what? Why not, Brian? Hold on a second. Why not add an extra plus in there? I like it. Tendies plus plus. But I'll tell you what, though. I went on to a space call this weekend, and Fafa was on there. I don't know Fafa very well. We've had some conversations back and forth here and there, but I don't really know him extremely well. All I can say is this, though: the things that he was saying were true, and he was very knowledgeable about what he was talking about, and it made me feel really, really good to hear somebody within the community who is trying to help people to see the other side of the truth, or what the truth really is, versus, or as opposed to what's being said within the community that's just wrong. And it was very refreshing. And it was so refreshing to the point to where I went up to the top of the space call. He had one little minor detail wrong, and I just wanted to make sure that there was a clarification on that. But it was really refreshing to see him standing up and making that stand to kind of disseminate some of the FUD that's out there. I really, really enjoyed seeing that. It was awesome. Yeah, I wouldn't I wouldn't sign up for something like that, the cat zone. The Fudsters are going to be out in full force trying to get you to sell your positions. Sammy says, Casey, the more FUD means we're really very close. I don't know. I don't know who Fafa is, other than the fact that I know that he's a real retail trader and has been trading for slightly longer than I think I have. He's a little bit. I think he's like 2 years older than me, but I'm pretty sure he's been in the market a lot longer than I have. And he was right about like 98% of the information he was giving out, which was great. I loved it. The 19th, the closing of the 19th, Mega Johnny, would be the last day that you would be able to trade and receive shares of Ape. The issuance date is the 22nd, so you won't be able to get those Ape shares on the 22nd. Those should already be issued over the weekend, and leading into pre-market. Tom says the biggest FUD I heard was after the stock split next week, the shorts and hedgies will have their shares to cover and AMC will be diluted. And if AMC does squeeze, it won't be a big one. Yeah, that doesn't even make any sense to me at all. Um, I've been seeing people saying things about 1 billion shares are going to be created. That is correct, but then they're acting as if those billion shares are going to be used in AMC's in some fashion or another, and that's not the truth. The truth is that 516 million of those shares are going to be issued to shareholders, and the other 484 million that are in existence are going to be given, or AMC is going to hold on to, into which case they could, at some point, if they so choose to, dilute smartly to perhaps lower their debt, which is what I'm really hoping for. Because at our current prices, if you were to take the 484 million shares, divide AMC's price in half, multiply that number by the 484 million, and that's almost enough money, or is enough money to get them out of debt. My hope is that they wait a little while for price to rise a little bit before selling. But the great thing is that dilution will occur in Ape, not in AMC, where all the short positions are. Pork Chopper, he was just kind of going through and talking about all the different aspects of what's going to happen with the dividend. David says, Al from Boston makes me sick to my stomach, but his guest Kyle made some very good points yesterday. Kyle seems educated. 788 says, where do you think Lou gets his confidence? He always acts like he is always sure. Uh, you know, I don't know. Maybe it's just me. It could just be me. But whenever I walk onto a car lot, I think of Lou, right? I feel like he's the car salesman that walks up to you and he's got all the answers. But like when you fact check him, you realize that he doesn't really know everything. So, I mean, I don't know. That they have to have confidence. No, no, no. It would be shares purchased by the end of the close of the 19th. That may be the case, Apes or us. I'm not opposed to the idea that we don't see any big price movement before the close of this week, and be ready for that. I don't think that we should have these massive expectations that price is going to be like astronomical before the split. So I would keep that in mind and hold on to that, and don't be afraid of that. It's not a scary thing in all honesty. I think I think part of the thing is that when Ape see price, let's say it were to split like right now, we'd be at like $11.50 a share for AMC and 11.5 for Ape, and I think Apes would see that as an opportunity to be able to average down some more. So also, I do want to mention that payday is coming up on the end of this week. So I know that there's a lot of people out there who've in the past done a correlation on paydays to when there's buying pressure, and so we may see some end of the week buying pressure coming in. No, I'm gonna first I'll let it slide. BBBY is not tied to AMC. Yo says, Casey, what happens when if institutions don't get their ape? Do they go after the DTCCCCC? So my guess is that if I think everybody's going to get a share, I really do. Whether or not it's a placeholder, similarly to how we have AMC placeholders, is another question. If you don't get your shares, there's a couple things that I'm going to do. Suggest that we do is that if you don't receive your shares by the 22nd, the morning of the 22nd, we need to be contacting. There's several different people, but compliance officers within your broker is going to be one of them. The second one is going to be AMC Investor Relations, and the third one will be the SEC. I think contacting all three of those, and I'll try to get the information for at least two out of the three, for you to be able to contact them and let them know how many you were supposed to get and how many you received as a difference. So I think letting AMC know how many shares we were supposed to have on the 22nd didn't get is probably just as vital as letting other besides letting just your broker know that it's not correct. Monty says, let's look at it this way. Even if they dilute Ape and the buyers dump their shares on the market, there will be other parties desperate to buy up those shares. More than likely. David said, did Lou make a video this weekend? I've heard. I haven't watched it. I refuse to watch them. I just don't think that giving my views is helpful to what's going on here. I draw a fine line between entertainment and wanting to make money. And if my entertainment choice is going to not be beneficial to me making money, then I'm going to cut it off. So that's what I do. The American Trader, you're welcome. The Cat Zone says, are they trying to push this into a court case? They may be, the Cat Zone, and I'm not really too worried about it if they do. But they may be. No, Alex, that is not the case. Today is the day of record. I mean, it is. You're correct in saying that today is the day of record. That is correct. That does not mean that today has any bearing on whether or not you'll get an Ape share or not. So what you're saying is technically correct, but it has nothing to do in bearing to what type of shares you're going to have based on the 22nd date. NC Proud Dad says, I just got off the phone with Robinhood, which only holds a little of my AMC. The rep told me that their future plans are to have the ability to trade all stocks 24/7 like crypto. Monty says, when Mudrick dumped, there were real shares of AMC introduced in the market and we saw buying pressure. Actually, no. That's actually not true. If you go back, their shares were actually dumped on the 1st and 2nd of June. and it stopped us in our tracks, unfortunately. I mean, I'm not trying to tell you guys you can't watch Lou. I'm just saying I'm here to make money. And I'm also here to record history. And one of the things that in the process of having all that go down, I want to see us win. So if I want to see us win, then I'm going to make sure that anything entertainment wise that I'm watching is going to be beneficial to that objective. And if I see people who are saying things that are not beneficial to what it is that we're trying to achieve here, then I'm just going to turn them off. I'm not going to continue to support that their position. But you guys are welcome to do what you choose. What do you foresee if they push us into the courts? A long, drawn out battle. It could be a very long, drawn out battle, but it doesn't mean that we won't continue to trade during that time, though. It could mean that. It doesn't necessarily mean that, though. Uh, crude oil, right? WTI, yeah. Casey, so if Ape and AMC equal 90, the beard's gone, correct? No, unfortunately, it's got to be AMC. PVV says, Casey, quick question. If we were given Ape dividend and there is only 517 million Ape shares introduced to the market, how can you buy Ape shares? Please clear my doubt. So, the exact same way that you're able to buy AMC. Your broker more than likely is allowing you to buy shares that don't exist. But that doesn't change the fact that they owe you those shares. We got 2 minutes here, guys, before we take a look at the numbers. Why would they want a court case? Why would they want a court case? Wouldn't that expose the man behind the, I think he meant why wouldn't they want a court case? Wouldn't that expose the man behind the curtain? They may want a court case, Brian, and this may be the way to do it, but we're not, I'm not privy to what everything it is Adam Aaron's trying to accomplish, but this may be part of that, of trying to expose the man behind the curtain. I know there's been a couple different things that people have wanted. They've wanted a share count or a share recall, number one. And number two, people have wanted a dividend. And Adam Aaron, in a sense, has given them all of that. So we got partially what we wanted, and he got partially what he wanted. So it was I'm gonna scratch your back, and you scratch mine. Except for the fact Apes RS is that they don't have, at least initially, they don't have an options chain. I don't see one filed yet. I don't see any options chain, and that is one of the major ways that they're able to manipulate price on AMCs through the derivatives. So I'm not seeing that as of right now. So there's a little bit of a difference there. Thanks, American Trader. I just, somebody on Reddit a long time ago says, "Hey, let's not shave until we have MOASS." And so I said, "Okay, I'll shave when Christmas or $90 hits first." This was like, I think this was in like September of last year, so almost a year ago. And so I figured if I can hold a beard, I can hold these stocks. So here's the beard. Einstein's saying the AMC options IV still over 200%. They're trying to price us out, Einstein. They really are, which is amazing because there's still people who are still buying into the options, even with pricing that doesn't make any sense whatsoever. I'm $90 is what I'm going to, NC Proud Dad. I'm sticking to it. I got to get this thing off at 90. It's bothering me too much. But I'm gonna feel torn about it, but I got to get it off sooner than later. In regards to so we'll have a small window. I'm not sure what you mean by that. How can Melvin close their fund without closing their shorts? They 6 bill down last year, January. Um, my guess is that they did close their positions. Stockwiz says if we wouldn't be buying options, they would have been out of money a long time ago. I am a very strong supporter of that as a true statement. So, and I've been trying to say it for a long time. Options on AMC is only going into the pockets of the people we're trying to who we're trying to get our money from. so, so if we keep giving them more money to just extend this, then they will. They'll keep extending it out further and further and further. There's no sense in having to pay out people if the people are still willing to pay. You know what, Proud Dad? I want to eat food like normally. I want to eat food like a real person again. I really want to just eat food normally. The American Trader says, I made a wager about my beard. I grew emotionally tied to it. I am emotionally attached to this beard, but at the same time, I just want to eat food like a normal person again. I don't want to have to worry about my beard hair like falling in my food and, grease falling off the backside of my hamburger into my beard. Oh, it's terrible, guys. It's terrible. I hate it. Jules says, hey, Casey, it's time to look at our numbers. I'm going to read this last one here, and we'll take a look at all the numbers. We'll get the cloud in here, James. But Jules says, hi, Casey. Hope all is good. Is AMC going to run up today? If it doesn't run up today, why would it run up later in the week? If today is the cutoff, shouldn't AMC just drop starting tomorrow? So AMC, there's no cutoff today, Jules. There's no cutoff whatsoever. So that's two-factor authentication. If you don't have it, you may want to consider getting it. It may keep somebody out of your account that shouldn't be there. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. It would be terrible if some kind of fraudulent activity were to occur and you not be extra protected. Try it out. If you don't like it, get rid of it. Let me move a couple screens and we'll start taking a look at our numbers. All right, starting with price predictions for last week. I won the last week by the hair of my chinny chin chin, my skin of my chin. I had to look down at yeah, there's no skin there. Yep, it's all beard. I hate this thing. The other day I was shaking my head back and forth. I don't know. I was saying no or something like that with food in my mouth, or I don't know what it was, but maybe I had a drink or something. And my wife asked a question. I started shaking my head, and I could feel the beard lagging behind my head shake. And I was like, oh, there's something hanging off my chin right now. Whatever. Anyways, moving on to price prediction tally points. I won last week by 1 point with the tiebreaker with the closest average price to closing. It was a rough week last week, guys. It was super, super difficult to try and figure out. And we even there's a couple days where we had $5 price ranges, and we still had a hard time getting in there just right. Now that we're under $24, our price range has dropped back down to $3 range. I've got 21.50 to 24.50 today. Eric has 22.80 to 25.80. Keto has 22.78 to 25.78, and Monty has 21.89 to 24.89. Short exempt volume was up on Friday to 934,000 shares. That was a lot. Utilization 130 straight trading days of 100% utilization. That's pretty high. We were down on Friday 4.01%. Max paying for the day today is $20. That's a $2 decrease from our ending amount on Friday. And potentially part of the reason why we're probably dropping down in price as well. Off exchange, I would expect to see around 44% in the off exchange right now. And EDGX to be somewhere around 10 to 11%. Let's see what those numbers are. So we got almost 10% more in off exchange volume. We're at 54.23, and EDGX is at 9.92, which is just about where it's supposed to be. For a grand total of 64.15, that's elevated for this time of the day. Do want to note that the NYSE ARCA is more than double the 30-day average of 5.84 to 12.43. I reached out to Bigums this last week to see if he had any comment on this, and I haven't heard back from him. If anybody's got particularly close ties to Bigums, please shout out to him and tell him that I've got a question out to him, and see if he'll respond to that. I might have to get Tony to have him take a look at my messages. Sometimes my stuff gets lost. I'm a nobody. It's so weird. It's so weird how like you can be a somebody but be a nobody at the same time. It's kind of weird like that. Let's take a look at some of these numbers that are going on right now on Ortex. Looks like so far this morning, Ortex is reporting a borrowing of about 803,000 shares. That's going to have the effect of raising the estimated short share interest of the free float to 17.83%. Cost of our average is at 9.23. I'm not even going to read off max or min anymore. I don't even think unless there's like something outrageous, I'm probably just not going to read it off. Shares on loan is down 133.2 to 133.9 million shares on loan. That's a 6.2 million drop day over day. We'll take a look at these numbers here in just a minute. I'm estimating about 2.2 million of that was closed short interest of the 6.2. So about a third of it, roughly. A little more than a third. Taking a look at the options. Let's see what we got going on here for volume. Highest amount of volume in the options is at a $30 strike price. That's $4 up from last Friday. There's currently 14.3 thousand contracts. And on the puts, highest amount of volume currently at a $21 strike price, which is down $4 from last Friday's closing of 25. There's currently 3.3 thousand contracts. Looks like the market's kind of looking at some kind of closing price between 21 and 30 by the end of the day. It's a pretty wide range. Here's our utilization at 130 straight trading days of utilization being 100%. That's pretty high. On loan amount, here's your dip right here. An on loan amount day over day from 140.18 down to 133.9. Whenever this dips, when the on loan amount dips, this should have the effect of raising. If it's short term, sorry, let me rephrase this. If the short interest that is being closed out, or the loans that are being closed out are current or new, then it should have the effect of raising the on loan average age per day. If it doesn't raise it, then that means that they closed out older positions. So if we open up on loan average age per day, we see it dipping day over day. Went from 51.47 to 49.58, which tells me that some older positions were closed out. This is actually really bullish to see this number start dropping like this. The older the short interest is that they're closing out, I should say loans. The older the loans are that they're closing out, whether they be short interest or not, the more bullish it is. Security lending volume dipping day over day from Thursday to Friday from 29.3 down to 13.13. So it got cut in half. And here is estimated short share interest of the free float dropping just a little bit from 18.21 to 17.78, which is that estimated 2.2 million short interest shares that were closed out. AMC is number 3 most heavily traded stock according to Fidelity based off of orders, with a 59% buy to 41% sell ratio. GME is in 15th with a 48% buy to 52% sell ratio. SSR trigger price is $22. So far this morning, there was a return of about 150,000 shares. Then they borrowed 50 and returned the 50. Nothing out of the ETFs. So far for the day-to-day, I've got 3.6 million shares having been borrowed according to Stonko Tracker, and it does show a higher fee rate now of 7.7%, so the fees have gone up. We currently have 142.1 thousand contracts that are out of the money on the calls versus 64.6 thousand contracts that are in the money. 88.3 thousand contracts are out of the money on the puts versus 20.5 thousand contracts that are in the money. NASDAQ is down 0.23, Dow Jones is down 0.09, S&P 500 down 0.26. We currently have 4,052 decliners to 2,614 advancers. So the market is declining. The VIX is up 5.53, VTI is down 0.3, IWD is down 0.42, Tesla is up 1.4, Amazon is down 1.18, Cinemark is down 0.81, Doge is down 6.48, Bitcoin is down 0.83, GME is down 3.8, HYMC is down 2.98, Hood is down 0.91, NCMI is down 2.54, and AMC is down 5.4%. We did dip down to $22.67 as a low so far this morning. We would need to get down to $22 even to trip SSR for the day today, which is very, very close to a synthetic price failure, which occurs at $21.89. More than likely, if we tripped SSR today, I would think you would see it bounce off of that. We may not hit a synthetic price failure. May. Inflow versus outflow. $7 million more in inflow than outflow. We've traded 13.22 million shares so far after 45 minutes of trading. putting us on pace for 114 million shares traded by the end of the day today. And I suggested in pre-market we'd see somewhere between 50 and 70 million shares traded. Let's see what kind of pace they have us on here. Let's see here. They haven't quite got us down to a 60,000 or 60,000 share minute or less yet. Still attempting to do that, it looks like. On the weekly, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 60.17, which is below average or above average rather. On the daily, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI finally dipping after like 10 straight days of being overbought, dipping down to 65.88, which is above average on RSI. On the hourly, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 34.63, which is below average. On a 30-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure after having dipped into the oversold signaling territory. It is now at currently 31.72, which is, or nope, it just broke down 29.78, 31.08. It's fluctuating, so it's pretty much signaling oversold. On a 5-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure, again also having entered into that signal for oversold. But RSI currently at 36.35, which is below average. The Ichimoto cloud, we have the lagging line below the price line. We have the conversion line dropping underneath the baseline. These are all selling signals and prices below the cloud. Typically speaking, we don't tend to drive upwards. We usually drive downwards through thin sides of the green clouds and up through the red clouds. So we never really got this red cloud here never actually came to fruition. It just kind of showed up and disappeared. But we're getting the push down through the thinning portion of the green cloud. You can see that the cloud is getting ready to flip-flop on us here, which means you might see some thinning red 2 days from now on Wednesday. So we might see a turnaround on price by Wednesday. It could happen before. On a 4-hour, again, lagging lines below price line. Prices drop below the baseline. These are all sell signals. Conversion is still above base, but you're probably going to see the price try to push below the cloud here, which has a bottom on the cloud here at $20.68 for quite a while. So we might see price try to push at least into the cloud, if not just below it. Let's see if I can draw out some kind of this looks like a descending parallel channel to me. So perhaps let me delete this and see if that's exactly what it is. But we may see a breakout going up once this pattern is completed, meaning this is a bullish indicator. Oftentimes, and this is just suggestion, it's not necessarily always the truth, but oftentimes we tend to see like a level of support like 2256 act as a resistance level to price continuing to move further down in a descending parallel channel. So you see it move down, kind of find some consolidation, then break out going up. But if that's not the point right there, then my guess is that you might see something along the lines of this here. So potential breakout points from this descending parallel channel. And with that, I can see what it is you guys are writing again. Brian says he was just stoned from all the weed he smokes. Oh, Biggie? Good morning, Crismo. Y'all, if you watch Bigums live, just tell him, say, hey, Casey sent you a Twitter DM. Check your DMs. I'd go on there and tell him myself, but I sometimes I don't always catch him when he's live. Apes R Us says contracts in the money from Friday aren't having an effect on today. I mean, those don't have to be delivered right away if they're exercised, Apes R Us. And what did we have? I think we had just over 50, was it 50,000 contracts that were in the money? Something like that. I mean, if you want to look at contracts that were in the money, out of the money, go back a couple weeks further than that. I mean, there's a big week back there. Give them 35 days. Take time. Francis says, Casey, if we end up at 20 on Friday, will that cost those shorting us more money on Monday if the price does split 50-50 AMC at 10? If AMC split and it was under $10, it would cause a haircut to go into an effect. So it could potentially cause more pain. I would say yes. This is why you probably won't see price push too heavily down, um, too much lower than 20, more than likely. Micah says, I love the box. Brian says, I just got Casey on Bluetooth, so now I get to walk all over. Paul says, Casey, I requested TD to confirm my shares were legal, not synthetic or reapothecated. TD emailed me back that all of my AMC shares are legally AMC issued. Fidelity is delaying a response to my son. Question mark. I mean, I have a feeling you're gonna get the same answer. Crismo, welcome to the channel. I knew there were going to be people who eventually came in and corrected me on that. You are correct. Everybody thought it was way more funny to call it the Ichimoto. And I appreciate the fact that you actually know that that's not pronounced correctly, because that means a lot to me. But everybody else around here thinks it's funnier to call it Ichimoto, uh, as it's an itchy booger. So, anyways, just throwing that out there. Paul, in regards to your statement, I think you'll probably get Fidelity saying the same thing as TD eventually here. The thing is that you have to kind of understand that when you buy through your broker, they will consider everything that you buy as a real share, regardless of whether it is or it isn't. Casey, did you try Randall? I did not try Randall, and I've actually had more luck talking to Randall than I have Bigums in the past. So let me try that. I'll try that. That's actually not a bad route. Appreciate that. Dr. Zena says, I know exactly what's going to happen with this whole pounce thing, but I'm not going to tell. I can't wait to find out. Although I have a feeling that you're going to be like nothing. Looks like we did have a breakout of this descending parallel channel here much earlier than I would have anticipated. Hayden, the only time that it's advantageous to anybody to trip SSR is when there's a need to print to make liquidity within the market in an illiquid market. So it favors in a roundabout way, it favors market makers and hedge funds, but it can also be a bad thing as well. Just checked Weeble's turnover. I think we did. I think we did the math on this one time, Pork Chopper, and I think that's in dollars, not in shares. In case you have some AMC shares in eToro today, they stopped 5x leverage and they let it X1 and X2. Does that have a relation with squeeze? I don't know. That's a great question. Yeah, Crismo, you're right though. It is not Ichimoto. Thorblade says if you look at the yearly, I'm seeing a George W. and a massive. I think you mean daily for a year, because this is what a 1 year looks like right here. I think what you mean to say, because that doesn't look like a George W. or a cup and handle. So I think what you mean to say is you got to get the interval correct. Maybe you mean on a daily, but looking out from a year's period of time over a day. And there could be both of those seen potentially. I could see how you could see that. The Wolf of Tunisia, I don't know. That's a great question. I really don't know the answer to that. Um, I mean, in order for me to know the answer for that, I would have to understand or know what that brokerage's collateral requirements are and whether or not they're meeting them. And there's just probably no way for me to know that. Dr. Zena says even some of the higher up customer service reps and these brokers don't really know what the hell's going on with our shares. Yeah. Hayden, I'm not sure what you're saying thanks to, but you're welcome. Mike says, "How will your show change?" Let's call it a live stream. I hate calling it a show. I've done it too. I do it too. I call it a show, but let's call it a live stream because I just hate calling it a show. I just don't feel like a show person. Even though that's kind of, I mean, somebody called me out on that one time, and I was like, yeah, that really is a show. But anyways, how will it change after Ape units begin trading next Monday? I'm just going to add it into my routine. Steve says, big question. If you have something serious on the schedule for the 25th, 26th of this month, would you postpone it? No, probably not. Good morning, Trip Revoked. Dr. Zeno says Lou never worked on or near Wall Street. Massalorian has copies of Lou's court documents proving it. You know, you guys got to draw. I mean, I don't know. You don't have to. I feel like if you want to protect your investment, then you should stop entertaining entertainment value only. Like this is your investment. You should be proud of it. You should love it and hold it and cuddle it and kiss it and hug it and squeeze it. And you know what I'm saying? Like, but when you sit there and you watch somebody who's only giving you entertainment value only, just because you can't wait to see what it is the words are that are coming uh, out of their mouth next, just because it's just so crazy. Like all you're doing is you're adding to the negativity of your investment. You're legitimately promoting what it is that's being said that's negative about your investment. So think about that every single time you click on one of those videos, and how it is that you're entertaining and adding to the entertainment of other people seeing what it is that you feel about your investment. If you want to protect your investment, then you shouldn't be watching people who are not out to protect it. Don't entertain it. Just stop watching cold turkey, guys. It's I'm telling you, it is not good for your investment to be having people out there who are saying things that are wrong. It is really, really, really bad. Super bad for your investment. So it's your choice. You get to decide what you're going to do. But I'm telling you right now that if you continue to watch those things, they make them popular. They get clicks for that, and that shows YouTube that it needs to make it something that everybody who comes in to see something about your stock, that they're going to recommend that person to that individual because they have views. So if you want new potential investors to see what that person has to say, then you just go right on ahead and keep clicking on and watching all those videos, because that's what you're doing. You're supporting it. I refuse to click on them. I had a couple people ask me this weekend, what's going on with Lou's videos? And I said, I don't care. I don't know and I don't care. I really don't. I don't have any desire to know what it is that he's saying. None whatsoever. Bugs Bunny. Yeah, it was Looney Tunes reference. You're my naughty little pet. Naughty. Yeah, I mean just seriously. You guys know deep down inside what's good and what's bad. You really do. You don't have to ask me for that information. You know inside what's right and what's wrong. And I would just encourage you to just avoid the things that are wrong, things that are not going to help our play. Avoid it. It may be a good laugh, but is it worth the negative information that's being spread and hurting your investment? That's the question you have to ask yourself. If you like what it is that we're going through and the constant fighting of trying to dispel bad information, then you have to ask yourself, is it worth that fight? Because at some point, there's going to be people out there who aren't going to laugh anymore, and they're just going to want to walk away. And it's because people kept on laughing at the things that were not important. Exactly, Michael. Exactly. Fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me. Right? And you all keep going back for more and more and more when you already know Yep, Tommy. That was a Tommy Boy reference. I remember that. He's my cute little. We'll love him. If so, Humble Joe says if the end game of short hedge funds is to bankrupt AMC, doesn't the issuance of Ape negate that possibility? There should be no long-term incentive left. I think you're right, Humble, only if Adam Aaron utilizes it in a way to be able to pay down the debt. Then I would agree with that statement. So partially yes, but not until I think he's done doing what it is he's probably going to do. But Donkey Kong says, can you check out the positive Benzinga article? Absolutely, I can. But I don't see it. Hold on a second. Let me pull it up. AMC should be fine, but Adam Aaron may have gone too far. Let's see. Entrepreneur says, is AMC Entertainment pulling a fast one on the apes? Look at the FUD, man. This is crazy. I don't see anything from Benzinga. Bulls and Bears of the Week. This is from one day ago. Bulls and Bears of the Week. It's got, there's a Benzinga article. Is that it? Is it the Bulls and Bears of the Week? I think the biggest problem I have, guys, is in regards to anybody. It doesn't matter if it's YouTube or Twitter or whatever it is that when somebody's wrong, you know, watch for them to see what they say afterwards. Like, see if they own up to it. Javi the Great, good to see you. Imagine Ape stock goes live next week and just stays at one price for weeks. Okay. Michael Roberts says, "Are we hitting $30 off this move?" I don't think so. I mean, it's a possibility. We haven't hit a synthetic price failure, which means we could be tracking new highs still. And our last high was 27.19, so it is possible. But typically speaking, we'll come down and touch synthetic price failure, and then see like that 15, 20, maybe 30% increase in price. It's not that they're all right. So Michael's saying I won't listen to a tuber once they're caught in a lie. It's I guess I don't know. I'd have to understand what you mean more by getting caught in a lie, um, but I mean, I don't. If they think that they were right about something and then they were wrong, you know, and then admitting to it, then I don't know if I necessarily consider that a lie. I would consider that just being misinformed, not understanding the situation, and then correcting themselves. So hopefully that's not what you mean by a lie, but because I know I've been guilty of that before on a couple occasions. Dude, and then Matt posting what he posted about the ape shares, like basically like treating them like they were worthless. Like, I just don't get that. Like, why the hell would Matt? Why would he say something like that? Like, these shares are like legit. Like, I had to go in and put in another plus on these ape shares because they're Tendies plus plus. Like, I really don't understand Matt's perspective on that at all. I really don't understand where he's coming from and how he could even go down that road. We'll see. We'll see if they start lending out ABC. I don't know if that's going to be the case or not, but we'll see. Don't store any classified documents at your house. All right, I'll try to stay clear of those classified documents. I can't imagine myself running for president. So there's so many more qualified people that just don't run that need to. Yeah, Tendies plus plus. Thank you, Brian. You were the one. You get full credit for the additional plus on there. Mega says Matt Kors was bought out in a deal to get rid of his defamation lawsuit when he was all Ken G lied. What? That's crazy. I have not heard that. That's the first I've ever heard of that. To be honest with you guys, like I could never fully watch Matt. He was just too dry for me. All right, let me go through here. I didn't see a response to the Benzinga article, and I don't see anything posted up here. Let me just try and see if there's some news. Um, it might be this one right here. According to data from Benzinga Pro, during Q2, AMC Entertainment Holdings reported sales total of 1.17 billion, despite a 63.96% increase in earnings. The company posted a loss of 121.6 million. AMC Entertainment Holdings collected 785.7 million in revenue during Q1, but reported earnings showed a 337 million loss. Why is ROCE significant? Earnings data without context is not clear and can be difficult to base trading decisions on. Return on capital employed helps to filter signal from noise by measuring yearly pre-tax profit relative to capital employed by a business. Generally, a higher ROCE suggests successful growth of a company and is a sign of higher earnings per share in the future. AMC posted a ROCE of 0.05%. It is important to keep in mind that ROCE evaluates past performance and is not used as a predictive tool. It is a good measure of a company's recent performance, but does not account for factors that could affect earnings and sales in the near future. ROCE is a powerful metric for comparing the effectiveness of capital allocation for similar companies. A relatively high ROCE shows AMC Entertainment Holdings is potentially operating at a higher level of efficiency than other companies in its industry. If the company is generating high profits with its current level of capital, some of that money can be reinvested in more capital, which will generally lead to higher returns and ultimately earnings per share growth. For AMC Entertainment Holdings, a positive return on capital employed ratio of 0.05% suggests that management is allocating their capital effectively. Effective capital allocation is a positive indicator that a company will achieve more durable success and favorable long-term returns. Upcoming earnings estimates: AMC Entertainment Holdings reported Q2 earnings per share at negative zero point 0.2 per share, which did not meet analyst predictions of 0.19 per share. Dude, that 0.19 was the lowest one that was out there. That's so dumb. They beat out some of the other ones though. That's so dumb. This article was generated by Benzinga's automated content engine and reviewed by an editor. They have engines that like just create news articles now? What the hell? Who's doing these? Who's like there's just an editor that goes like, "Oh, yep, the bot got it right this time." What the hell? It's kind of crazy. Matt looks like Milhouse from The Simpsons. Matt, oh my gosh, you guys are being horrible. Be easy, guys. Be easy. No ape against ape here. We don't need to. We don't need to be like that. Millhouse. Matt Kors wears socks with sandals. Okay, hold on a second. I'm from San Diego. I'm from San Diego. First off, I gotta just throw this out there and this may not be all people from California, but I love wearing sandals. Number one, I don't go out in public wearing uh, socks with sandals, with flip flops. I should say with flip flops, but I won't. I will not hesitate to mow a lawn wearing socks with flip flops. And the reason that I say that is that sometimes the fire ants can get you pretty good where I live here in Texas, and so wearing those socks really helps to prevent those fire ants from getting at you while you're mowing your lawn. But I would never, ever, ever in public wear socks with my flip flops. Just throwing that out there. It's a trick. It has to be. I would never. Ankle socks don't cut it in a mowing situation. It also keeps the shrapnel from the edger from getting your legs too. Don't say it, Casey. I gotta admit to it. I gotta admit to it. I don't wear Crocs. I don't even own a pair. And I don't wear sandals. I wear flip-flops. I don't think I may own a pair of sandals. May. But if I do, I don't even know where they're at. So I don't wear sandals. Carlos says, Casey question, AMC will split the price in half for AMC shares and half for Ape. So if the cost now is 23, it means you can buy AMC for 11.50 next Monday. That would be the case. Yes. Nikki says socks with flip-flops. No. The fire ants are real though. The fire ants are really bad. Like anywhere else, I don't think I've ever had to wear socks with flip-flops while mowing. But here, the fire ants are pretty bad. I don't know. I don't know, Steve. I haven't lived in San Diego in forever, so I don't know. I don't know at all. I don't even know a Pacer team that was there before when I did live there, so I don't know. Oh, absolutely. Brian says going to have wet green socks when you're done. Yep, you're not wrong. You are not wrong, sir. Ross says 2 weeks at the end of that. I can't even do it, man. I can't even bring myself to do it. I feel like it gives him credit for something. Because I know what that is. I know what that's supposed to be. I call them flip-flops. That's what I call them. If you wear Crocs, I assume you've been to prison. I've never heard that before. That's pretty funny. Put a boot on? Uh, there's just something free about wearing wearing flip-flops and mowing a lawn in flip-flops. Yeah, I'm the same way, Cookie Monster. Are these flip-flops with a thong? Uh, after you're done wearing them, the big toe has a thong look to it. Yeah, a little bit floss between the toes. You know what? Chinchilla. Hold on a second. Let me look up what a chinchilla is. Actually, I don't even need to look it up. I'm just gonna say right now, I want to buy when this is all said and done, a sugar glider. I don't know if you guys have seen those, but I want a sugar glider so bad. I've never worn. Have you worn titties on my face? Ross says, Casey, do you see AMC squeezing due to shorts, price rising, or Ape due to failure to deliver on 500 million to so many? It's complicated. I mean, yeah, I technically do, yes. Donald Young said, had a friend whose dad did that, lost all his toes on a wet hill. I would never in a million years mow on a hill with flip-flops on. Yeah, no, I would not do that. I'm smarter than that. Stock Whiz, I gotta do it to you, man. I gotta put you down for strike. Sugar gliders are nocturnal. That's perfect, cause so am I. Casey, it was a question of two options. Let me go back up and reread it again. Hold on a second, Ross. Do I see do I see AMC squeezing due to shorts prices rising or ape? I think they're both true. It's not I don't think it's a choice. I think they're both possibilities. It's not an either or for me, it's a both. Dynamite says you motorboat and SOB. I've never heard of titties before other than the way I know them. Most sugar gliders are trafficked, which is decimating the wild populations. Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't. I've raised squirrels before. Never a sugar glider. I'm sure it's probably drastically different, but I would love to have one though. Yeah, well, see, you think it's funny, Stock Whiz. I think it's upsetting. It's upsetting to me because I know that there's people who are losing money on some of those plays. And that's why I've taken such a strong stance against talking about other positions besides AMC. I'm tired of seeing retail losing money over some of these quick pump and dumps. And so if I can at least do something to um, I guess clear my conscience, I know I've done my part. Are sugar gliders marsupials? I don't know. It's a good question. Probably are, I would imagine. I don't know. Let's see. Yes. Yes, they are. Dynamite, they don't just get rabies like that. Come on. Actually, Ross, I do. I do think that. I do think that they could feed off of each other in a way that could cause a chain reaction. I'm not sure if I'm allowed to have them as a pet in this state. I don't know. I haven't really looked into it ever. I just know that I've always kind of wanted one. I've never really done too much looking into it though. Yikes. Oh my gosh, Brian, that sounds horrible. Carlos, I hope so. Yeah, I know, Brian. I've had a lot of people who have suggested that I never, ever, ever mow again. But the thing is, quite honestly, like even without foot, even in shoes, go throw your foot up there in a lawnmower, even with shoes on, you're still the chances of you mangling your feet are probably a little bit less, but still pretty strong, pretty high. So I don't know. I mean, uh, probably steel toe boots would probably be the only way to go, really. Yo says, Casey, what would it mean if AMC, Ape AMC end up having no parity in price, like one goes for 5x the other and never reaches an equilibrium? Uh, Let me think about that for a little bit, and because part of the equation to what you're asking is it depends on which one runs, right? What if AMC runs and Ape doesn't? Would that mean the same thing as if Ape ran and AMC didn't? I've actually kind of thought about those things a little bit, but I don't know that I've necessarily reached a conclusion in my mind as to what it might mean. But I'm ready to see it have happen one way or the other. And I kind of tend to agree with you that they probably will not run exactly the same. Casey, is this the hedgies buying back the shares they sold on Friday? Uh, you mean this price movement upwards? It's hard to say. Ken says, my 4-year-old granddaughter says, why is he always laughing? She says, he's a funny guy. I don't know, man. Like, sometimes I feel like just having a good attitude um, kind of fosters like happiness amongst people. Like, there's no sense in being down all the time. Just be happy in life. If there's one thing you can learn from kids is that sometimes life is more fun when you're happy about life. So yeah, just be happy. I don't know. I really don't know. But it is time to take a look at the numbers. I do know that. of Ape, the Big Tramp says, Casey, if Ape unit doesn't do anything about the massive shorting, you think Adam Aaron has another plan, like he said he is playing chess? I actually do. The Big Tramp, I really do think that he has something else in. I think there's one more thing to be revealed, but we'll see what it is in due time. Nikki, some of the media that I saw this morning, so I just went ahead and I'll show you guys because I don't know what your searches will pull up compared to my searches, but if I do AMC related search on news, I see the very first thing is AMC should be fine, but Adam Aaron may have gone too far. So it looks to me like they're being kind of negative on it. You got CNBC over here saying, can AMC make a comeback? There was another article that I saw too that was like this one here. Is AMC Entertainment pulling a fast one on the apes? So they're negative on it. The media is so far, I think, is being pretty negative on the idea here. And I would say based on the FUD that I've been seeing over the weekend that there's a lot of negativity in what's happening with Ape, the Ape dividend as well. MG Toe says, "Hey Casey, it's been reported there will not be derivatives for apes, no options because of the type of stock it is. Can you validate this?" I cannot. Everything that I see, there has been no filing for options as of yet. However, uh, the prospectus on page 19 very clearly states that options are okay. So we'll have to see what happens because I don't know if they're going to create an options chain or not. We'll see. All right, let me take a look at the numbers here, guys. I'm going to try and read through the rest of what you're saying. I'm not fatigued. I know I've seen people who are fatigued, but I really feel like in general, I think that there's still still very strong holding within the community. So I'm not too worried about fatigue at this point. Um, should it come to a point in time to where it has people exiting their positions, we'll see. We'll see how much fatigue there is. I think it'll be very very evident, self-evident in some of the numbers we get. Two-factor authentication, guys. If you don't have it, you may want to get it. And if I don't read what it is you're saying, wait for the Big Tramp to show back up because I'm not going to be able to see what it is you guys are writing between now and the Big Tramp coming back up there. Let's take a look at our numbers. This is the second time that we're running through the numbers for the day, so it's going to be a little bit quicker run through. But let me transfer over a couple pages first. And we'll get right into these numbers. See what the heck is going on. All right, starting with off exchange. An hour ago it was 54.23 through the EDGX was 9.92. I would expect there to be about 49% by this time of the day in the off exchange and about 11 to 12% through the EDGX. Let's give that a refresh and see where we're at. So far we've got 58.8 going through the off exchange and the EDGX is at 9.84. Giving us a grand total 68.64% of our volume going through those two off exchanges alone. Do note that the NYSE ARCA is about 3% higher than normal, the 30-day average. An hour ago, according to Ortex, there was a borrowing of about 803,000 shares. It's now a borrowing of 2.19 million shares. That's going to have the effect of raising the estimated current short share interest of the free float to 17.93%. Cost of borrow average is at 8.55. Shares on loan is at 133.9 million shares. That's a decrease day over day by 6.2 million shares. And I'm estimating about 2.2 million of that was short interest. In regards to options, highest amount of volume is at a $30 strike price, although we have a second runner-up that's getting really close and may surpass it at 25. But at a $30 strike price an hour ago, we had 14.3 thousand contracts. We now have 24.5. And on the puts, the highest amount of volume currently at a $23 strike price, which is up $2 from an hour ago at 21. At 21, we had 3.3 thousand contracts. We now have 5.4 thousand contracts at 23. So nearly 5 times the amount of volume in calls versus puts, and only a $7 spread now between closing price for the end of the day. Market's indicating maybe somewhere between 23 and 30 now. So we're looking a lot better than we were earlier this morning when 21 was looking like it was in play. Orders by Fidelity customers. AMC is currently trending fourth, highest traded stock, with 64% buys to 36% sales, looking very strong on the buying. GME is 16th with a buy to sell ratio of 53% buys to 47% sales. SSR would have tripped at $22 for the day today if we had hit that. Looks like mainly, see, in the last hour they did borrow another 200,000 shares. There's another 300. There's 300,000, and then returns. So another 300 additional thousand shares having been borrowed for the day-to-day, putting us at 3.9 million over the weekend. Over the weekend and so far this morning, 3.9 million shares borrowed. Fees are back up to 7.7%. There's currently 131.5 thousand contracts out of the money on the calls versus 75.1 thousand contracts that are in the money. 96.8 thousand contracts are out of the money on the puts versus 12,000 contracts that are in the money. NASDAQ is down 0.27, Dow Jones is down 0.15, S&P 500 is down 0.32. We currently have 4,017 decliners in the market to 2,674 advancers. Market is red. The VIX is up 4.45, VTI is down 0.33, IWD is down 0.45, Tesla is up 1.57, Amazon is down 1.16, Cinemark is up 1.1, Doge is down 6.81, Bitcoin is down 0.94. GME is down 2.95, HYMC is down 2.7, Hood is down 0.46, NCMI is down 0.28, and AMC is down 1.48% for the day. Inflow versus outflow, there's currently $4 million more in inflow. 23.33 million shares having been traded after 99 minutes of trading. Putting us on pace for 92 million shares traded by the end of the day today. I suggested in pre-market somewhere between 50 and 70 million, which is looking like we're going to be, we should be on target for that. Might be closer to the low side. Volume right now per minute, they have failed to get us down to 60,000 shares a minute. The closest minute they had back here was 79,000 shares. 60,000 shares a minute is usually what they try for to get to make price more manipulative. To be able to manipulate. My gosh, what is going on with my? I feel like shoot, what was that? The 30-year-old virgin guy's name. I can't think of it. Steve Carroll. Steve Carroll. I'm over here. What the heck is going on? Price is much more easy to manipulate when when volume is reduced. I just can't sometimes. I'm so sorry. Let's see. More according to the weekly interval, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 62.36, which is above average. On the daily, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 70.4, which is signaling overbought. On a 1 hour, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 45.3, which is slightly below average. On a 30-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure, and what looks to be a convergence, which will be followed by a divergence of this indicator here with more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 47.61, which is just slightly below average. On a 5-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 57.6, which is just slightly above average. I'm like Porky Pig over here. That's all, folks. Yeah, Pro Jeweler said it, Porky Pig. It literally sounded like when I was having the problem initially, that's exactly what it sounded like, was Porky Pig. It was coming out of my mouth, and I was sitting there thinking to myself, like, how in the world is it that I'm doing a perfect Porky the Pig impersonation? I can never, ever, ever do it when I'm trying. I think it's just got to be one of those things that you just do, and it just happens. Still can't find this bloody channel. John, you're having problems finding the channel? I don't know what to tell you, man. Brian Carpenter says, money is serious. Have you ever been to a bank and talked to the management? Oof. You know, I'm one of those guys that likes to do like what you're not supposed to do when you're like I'm like the legit the guy who goes to the airport and like likes to just throw the random bomb comment out like, dude, that bagel's the bomb, and just like, I mean, just like totally just push all the buttons you're not supposed to push. Uh, you know, like, or you know, you but going into banks, I love wearing hats and sunglasses. I don't, it's clearly written on every single bank I have ever gone into. It's clearly written no sunglasses and no hat. I have never once to this day been asked to take them off when I walk into the bank. Never. It's so surprising to me. I go like, it's clearly written on signs on the door that say don't enter without, you know, or with a hat and sunglasses. And I do I do it every time. Just because I'm like, don't you tell me what I can and can't wear. I probably make all the I probably make every single one of the um, financial bankers or whatever you want, all the tellers. That's it. All the bank tellers are probably just like clenching as soon as I walk in the door. they start they start clenching. Oh my gosh, here he comes. Oh, you can't find Wolfie's channel. I'm not even sure who that is. I remember getting kicked out of a bank for not wearing a mask. It's cool, Casey. Now I enter the bank with a mask. Who knew? That's what I'm saying. Like, I don't know. Like, it just seems to me like the rules are convenient when the rules are convenient. It's just kind of, and so I always kind of buck the system. It's just kind of like, you're gonna tell me I can't wear something, and then now all of a sudden it's okay to wear it. I don't know. Point blank, Thor. Uh, good luck with the colonoscopy. I'm just gonna tell you straight up in advance. Have fun with the Metamucil. I think that's what it's called, if I remember correctly. It's not that bad. Don't worry. You're going to be all right. They're going to give you the date rape drug. You'll be okay. Steve says you're such a rebel. I know, man. I know. I'm a rebel, Dottie. Wolfie is the English guy from Boss Blunts. Oh, okay. Did he start his own channel? Probably won't be able to watch it, but I can definitely give you mod status long enough to post up a link. I don't mind. I'm all for advertising for others. Go for it. Let me delete these down here. Yeah, I recognize the name. Excuse me. Hold on a second. I recognize the name now. Once you said Boss Blunts, I was like, oh yeah, I know who that is. Way, way, way back in the day. Like I'm talking like probably early 80s. No, no, actually it would have been mid 80s, mid to late 80s. Serbika, me and my best friend would run around all over the place saying things like, "Hi, I know you are, but what am I?" Doing the whole Pee Wee Herman laugh and everything, which I don't want to do right now because I'm afraid I blow out your guys' speakers. Ooh, Cookie Monster, are you a bit of a oh gosh, chameleon? Are you a little bit of a do you have a little chameleon going on? Like, do you like listen to somebody else talking with an accent, and all of a sudden, next thing you know, you're talking with an accent as well? Because that actually happens to me quite often. In fact, the worst thing for me is to put me in front of somebody who stutters, because all of a sudden I'll start stuttering and people think I'm making fun of them, and I can't help it. Like, it is the worst thing ever. It is so lame when I get around somebody who stutters and then I start stuttering, because nobody who knows me believes that I'm not doing it to not make fun of them. And it's like, I can't help it. That's the worst. Man. So maybe you know what I'm talking about then. I don't know if you've ever had that happen to you or not before. I hate that. I really, really do. Because I'm not trying to make fun of them at all. But nobody believes it. Alrighty, guys. I'm going to check and see if Adam Aaron has any new tweets, and then I'm going to head out to break here. Okay, no new tweets. Mega Johnny says Pee Wee didn't do anything anyone else wasn't doing in that theater. I don't even want to know, Mega. I don't even like to think about it. I really just don't. That's a cold, wet loofah subject right there. Well, you kind of have to hang out with them for a little bit, Cookie, because it usually doesn't just happen like right away. But yeah. Alrighty, guys. I'm gonna put some music up here and the message, and I'll be back at 11 o'clock. I'll say this, Alan. We're gonna get a lot of noise right now. There's a lot of noise that is being propagated amongst us, and I would just say just ignore the noise. There's been several times in the past where I thought the world was crashing around us in regards to one subject matter or another, and then found out later that, like, privately when I would talk to people, everybody was on board and understood what was going on, and it really was just noise. So I think you're probably experiencing noise that's probably being generated within the community from individuals that just don't matter or shouldn't matter. But I'm not worried about it. Yep, all is well. Take a deep breath, sit back, relax. It's just the same old thing we always do. Nothing changes. Alrighty, guys, I'm gonna head off to break here. I'll see you back at 11 o'clock.
Hey, you're currently listening to 92 Elm on Upbeat. This is one of hundreds of tracks that you can access and download when you upgrade to Upbeat Premium.
Hey, this is Sancho, and this one goes out to all the hip-hop fans out there. If you like what you're hearing right now, it's called Double Take, and you can download this and a lot more by upgrading to Upbeat Premium. Peace.
Alrighty, guys, I'm back, and I just want to read something that was brought to my attention for those of you guys who are trading with eToro. I've got a message here that came through. Um, yeah, all right. So this is basically confirming a lot of the already known information in regards to the share dividend, and I believe this is eToro. Yeah, eToro. Important updated preferred stock dividend on AMC. We would like to bring to your attention to a preferred stock dividend corporate action for AMC with X date August 22nd, 2022. A stock dividend is a payment made to a shareholder in the form of shares. The stock dividend has the advantage of rewarding shareholders without reducing the company's cash balance, although it can modify earnings per share. How does eToro generally act following a stock dividend? As a general rule, instead of getting the additional shares, users holding buy positions receive a cash payment based on the terms of the event, and the users holding a sell position are debted for the same proportional amount. In this particular case, the way we will be handling this corporate action will be different from general rule. What does this mean? It means that the users that hold regular AMC stock in their portfolio will get a 1-to-1 preferred stock dividend added to their account as a result of this corporate action. Example, if an eligible user holds 10 shares of AMC in their portfolio, they will receive an additional 10 shares in their account due to this corporate action. This also applies to eligible users who hold fractional shares in AMC. Who is eligible to receive the preferred stock dividend in their account? All users who hold open positions in the underlying asset, real, i.e. real, not CFD positions, at market close on August 19th, 2022, will be eligible to receive the preferred stock dividend in their account. This will be distributed before the market opens on August 22nd, 2022. In regards to CFD, guys, that is a contract for differences. Those are contracts between investors and financial institutions in which investors take a position on the future value of an asset. The difference between the open and closing trade prices are cash settled, which is all of this is all confirming everything that is that we've been saying for a long time. If there are CFDs, which would be potentially a short position, those contracts have not been settled and therefore could be paid in lieu of distribution of shares. So short positions don't necessarily have to pay back people who they are quote unquote loaning shares from if they don't actually have a contract, a CFD. They could just pay the owed amount difference in lieu of having to find the shares. So just throwing that out there so you guys understand how that works. That would affect their settlement on or their it would take away the amount of money that they would have for collateral if they had to pay a large sum. Continuing on with the reading of this, it says all users who hold open positions in underlying asset at market close on August 19th, 2022 will be eligible. Okay, I read that part. CFD holders of buy positions will get a cash equivalent added to their account on or around August 23rd. Holders of sell positions will be debted for the same proportional amount. Any adjustments related to this corporate action will be made for all eligible holders as soon as we get final confirmation of the event details from the company. However, in the meantime, we advise you to review your investment and learn more about it via the company's. I'm having a hard time. There's two different images here. Oh, from the company. However, in the meantime, we advise you to review your investment and learn more about it via the company's website and relevant financial news publications. Thank you. eToro's team. So again, more of confirmation of what it is that we've been talking about for a while as to what's going to happen and the truths behind how it should end up. plus 500 is CFD by default. What do you mean, John? Fan saying, boy, did YouTube go off on Lou this weekend. I have a completely different view on what I'm doing with my shares now. This shit is getting weird. I don't think that there was anything weird, and everything that Lou had to say was a bunch of crap this weekend. So I don't understand why you would see anything in the way. I mean, everything, almost nearly everything coming out of Lou is completely wrong right now. So I don't know why you would be even paying attention to what it is Lou's saying. He's been wrong about so much stuff in the past. He's still wrong. And he still continues to open his mouth without even understanding what's happening. It's insane. Let's see here. Two-factor authentication, guys. If you don't have it, you may want to consider getting it. It may help prevent somebody from being in your account that shouldn't be in your account. Also, I'm going to throw this out there right now, because I know I've seen this happen at least once before, and I have a feeling it's happening elsewhere. If there's a YouTuber in this community who is telling you that they can help you with your account in closing your position, please run as far away as you possibly can from that person. Do not put your account in the hands of somebody else. Please. I've seen it happen at least one other instance of this, and I know that I've heard reports of other people doing this as well. Please run as far as you possibly can and report it. Report it to everybody that you possibly can. Show documentation of where it is that they've told you that they would help you with your account. Call them out. Don't let other people tell you what to do with your money, or even try to help you with how to do it. You guys got to do this on your own. This is not something that somebody else should be doing for you. Let's take a look at our numbers. Remember, I won't be able to see what it is you guys are writing from this point going forward, so hold those thoughts for me until you see the big tramp come back up on the screen again. Starting with off exchange. An hour ago it was 58.8, and the EDGX was at 9.84. We now have 61.55% of our volume going through the off exchange and 9.24 through the EDGX, for a combined total of 70.79% of our volume going through those two exchanges. That is very high. An hour ago, we had 2.19 million shares having been borrowed according to Ortex. That value is now at 2.17, which is just fractionally smaller, which won't have any effect on the estimated short share interest of the free float, which is at 17.93%. We currently have a cost to borrow average of 8.57, shares on loan 133.9 million, which is down 6.2 million day over day. I'm estimating about 2.2 million of that was closed short interest. In the options, an hour ago we had our highest strike price for calls was at a $25 or $30 strike price. It's now 25. So the market's kind of narrowing its sights in on what the closing price will be for the end of the day today. At 30, there was 24.5 thousand contracts an hour ago. There's now 27.2 at 25. On the puts, highest amount of volume currently at $23. An hour ago, there was 5.4 thousand contracts. There's now 6.6. Four and a half times the amount of volume in calls versus puts, and market signaling for a closing price somewhere between 23 and 25 for the day today. Still a bit of a range. Taking a look at orders by Fidelity customers. AMC still in fourth with a 62% buy to 38% sell ratio. And GME in here at 54% buy to 46% sell ratio. $22 is the trigger price for SSR. Shares available to borrow looks like mainly returns. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I counted this earlier. Just returns. We are at 7.7% fees on borrowing. There's currently 131.5 thousand contracts out of the money on the calls versus 75.1 thousand contracts in the money. 96.8 thousand contracts are out of the money on the puts versus 12,000 contracts that are in the money. NASDAQ is up 0.41, Dow Jones is up 0.36, and the S&P 500 is up 0.22. We currently have a undecided market right now with 3,392 decliners to 3,353 advancers. Market ever so slightly leaning towards the declining side, but it's seeming to be making a recovery. VIX is only up 1.69% now. VTI is up 0.22. IWD is up 0.03. Tesla is up 3.11. Amazon is down 0.49. Sinmark is up 0.93. Doge is down 5.73. Bitcoin is down 0.5. GME is down 3.44. HYMC is down 1.99. Hood is up 0.18. NCMI is up 0.85, and AMC is down 1.39%. Inflow versus outflow. We currently have $1 million more in inflow than outflow. Exactly. Volume is at 28.86 million shares traded so far for the day today. Let's see what kind of pace we're on here. 164 minutes of trading. Putting us on pace for 68.6 million shares traded by the end of the day today, which is inside my range of volume for the prediction today, 50 to 70 million shares. So we might, like I said, I think we're going to be on the bottom side of the 50 to 70. I might even be just slightly high. On the weekly, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 62.41, which is just above average. On the daily, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 70.25, signaling overbought. On the hourly, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 45, which is just below average, just slightly below average. On a 30-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 46.84, which is just slightly below average. On a 5-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 53.95, which is slightly above average. See if I can get an idea for where we're heading to. Give me 1 second. I want to check something out real quick here. Put the Bollinger Bands back up for you. I just want to check something out on TradingView. I mean, I don't know. This is just stupid silly. So you remember last week, it started on the 8th, and I copied this, mirrored and inversed it, and showed you how like it was really odd that we were having like some days that were repeating the pattern, and then Friday was the only day that it deviated away from the pattern. Um, it really is looking like the same thing repeating itself over and over and over, where you have this like large spike in price movement in the beginning portion of the day, whether it be up and down or down and then up. It's like the same thing over and over and over. I'm looking for something that matches this really closely here. The 10th of August looks kind of similar, a little bit more downwards momentum than backwards up, whereas here we came down, met same price level, traded sideways for a little bit with a little bit of a V down after this trading sideways here, which isn't quite the same as this. Which actually Friday's data does kind of look very similar. We'll see if there's a kind of like a very large swing in price movement come around like one-ish Eastern Standard Time. We might see that push down in attempts to try and get us back down into this SSR trip range down at $22. In regards to like me trying to draw some kind of I just don't see anything specific that stands out to me in my mind. All right, I can see what it is you guys are writing now. Brian says my breath smells like chocolate flowers. That's weird. Somebody said I need furniture in the back here. Yuck Frida says, Casey, you need some furniture in the back of the big tramp. Huh. I would agree. Hayden says, I'm not sure about others, but I'm going to need the back of the big tramp available Friday to let some emotions out. Yeah, I'll open up the back of the big tramp on Friday for sure. Yucca Frida says, that happened to me. My dentist kissed my belly before viewing my teeth. That is really creepy. That has to be probably about the most creepiest thing I think I've ever heard a dentist doing before. Yeah, that's odd. There's no realm of them kissing your belly before they work on your teeth that I can imagine that would be appropriate. Like, there's nothing. You could tell me you were a kid and that makes it worse. You could tell me you're a woman and that certainly doesn't make it better. A man, and your dentist being a man could just be extremely awkward. I just like there's no way shape or form that I view your dentist kissing your belly before working on your teeth, where that seems like it might be an okay thing. Hold on a second. I gotta adjust my hat after thinking about this. I think my hair was curling up on the thought. That's so odd. Is it me, or did we all think AMC was going to move up today? I wasn't really. I think I had no real inclination as to which way it was going to go. Hyante says, Casey, don't have to recall the 140 million shares on loan to get the Ape shares next week. Uh, no, not that I'm aware of. 6 million volume today. I didn't say that. I said 50 to 70. NC Proud Dad, you keep saying the wrong information, and that's not correct. Today is not. It's not. You can get credit for the Ape share up until the end of the closing of the 19th. You keep saying the wrong dates. Casey, try the 1 hour chart. But Donkey Kong says the tax guy kissing your belly is okay, but the dentist, that's strange. No, I'm pretty sure the tax guy kissing your belly would be kind of weird too. Let me take a look at the 1 hour. Hmm. I mean, if I look at this, this is not a pennant by any means. Um, I'm actually more inclined to believe that this is more of a like one of the most crappiest looking cup and handle shapes I've ever seen in my whole life. But you do have a little bit of a cup in here. This is just like again, like I said, gross. But the halfway down point would probably be somewhere close to 2380. Yeah, it'd be really close to 23. So it just depends. It could move. We could have a trend that's following something very similar to this right here. So it may be hugging like the bottom side of this this level of support right here, so we might see like a couple bottom outs touching this. But I tend to think that if this does drive back down, it's going to drive back down through it in such a way that it'll come down to test 22 again, or thereabouts, high 20s, high 21s, I mean. So I don't know. I'm not really liking what I'm drawing here. I'm gonna need some more data. More data. Casey, did you hear what I said about one of CSI videos this morning? I did not. NC Proud Dad, let me know that you heard me, because I feel like I've heard you like drop in like twice today and say the same thing at least twice. It's just kind of weird. Silver Surfer says MOASS is putting out a research video on the con man from New York City. Interesting. Yeah, he may have actually already put it out. I think I heard other people talking about it this morning. Court document papers that he had saying that Lou never had any kind of dealings with Wall Street whatsoever. I don't know. That's just what I heard through the rumorville. Thick says, thank you, Casey, for mentioning Fruit Loops this morning. Facebook popped an ad on my timeline. I bet you they listen to everything, man. They totally do. And it wasn't even I wanted to say Apple Jacks, and I meant Apple Jacks, not Fruit Loops. I'm more of an Apple Jacks fan. I love the milk afterward. In fact, I want to come up with this. I want to come up with a product that you can like those powder. You know the powder at the end of the cereal that you pour into the cereal milk, and then it makes it taste like really super good. I want to come up with like packets of that stuff that you can just buy at the store, and then you can just mix in, so you can make like some Apple Jacks tasting milk anytime you want to. I think it'd be a really good idea. I've heard that something like that already exists, but I haven't seen it. Okay, I heard you, but I am checking into that because I heard the cutoff date was the 15th on how many you will get, but they would start issuing them on the 19th, and we could start receiving it by the 22nd. So the way it works, NC Proud Dad, is that if anybody who buys or sells between now and the 19th, those dividends will follow the orders or the shares that have been recorded on the 15th. So in other words, like let's say for example you have 5 shares and you sell them, and I'm the recipient of those 5 shares because I buy them. Your dividend will transfer because they've not been issued to you yet. They will transfer to the next owner. So I would receive your 5 dividend shares, provided that I'm the owner by the closing of the 19th. So once the market closes on the 19th, that's the date at which it's going to be decided whether you are the recipient of the dividend or not. So this whole 15th crap is just it's like way like overblown and is not correct at all. Yucca Frida says just blend the Apple Jacks. You could do that. So CSI said this. Just want your reaction. See, this is the stuff that I always talk about myself that I hate. I hate getting into. This is just like, people trying to pit ape against ape. Somebody said this or somebody said that. Like, what do you think? What do you think it means? Do you agree with what it is that's being said, or do you not agree? Does it make sense to you, or does it sound illogical? They can't they can't protest. They can't protest against the issuance of a dividend. That's like the dumbest thing I've ever heard of. Some institution going out there and being like, "Yeah, we're gonna, oh, you can't do that. That's not fair." That's a bunch of crap. Come on, it doesn't sound logical at all. It doesn't sound logical at all that institutions would be telling them that they can't issue a dividend. Come on. And even if they did think that it was going to hurt them, right? Why in the world would they make a big deal about it? Because then they would know that they were basically signaling to everybody that they were in trouble. That's the dumbest thing I've ever heard of. Like, nobody's gonna play that game. Oh yeah, you're gonna hurt me if you do that. Don't do that. That sounds like something fucking. Excuse me, I'm dropping f bombs. But that sounds like something that, like, Lex Luthor would say to Superman. Oh, don't hit me there. Oh no, don't open that safe. Come on. What kind of game are we playing here? Are we playing a game with little kindergartners, or are we playing some real life game with, like, people who have, like, billions of dollars? What is going on? I mean, seriously. That's just so ridiculous. Oh, they're not protesting because, oh, it must be a bad thing for us if they're not protesting against it. What? I mean, it just doesn't make any sense to me. That makes no sense. But it must be common sense, because apparently I don't have any of that. Uh, Casey, if the hedge funds or market makers don't come with all the shares by the 22nd, what do you think? What do you think is going to make them fall or go underwater? So first off, it's not going to be something that just happens overnight. For a lot of us are going to have to complain. For those of us who are not receiving our shares on time, we're going to have to start complaints and get that whole process uh, in discovery of the fact that we haven't received our shares when we're supposed to. That's going to be our very first course of action is let's document for the record who has not received shares. I mean, Dr. Zeno says take a deep breath. Dr. Zeno, you're supposed to tell me to go take a poop. It's just so frustrating. It's so frustrating, guys. The logic, I just don't understand the logic. I don't get it. I'm gonna have to start shuffling my poker chips in my hand harder. I can't shuffle these chips hard enough. Oh man. Okay, the Big Tramp says, I mean, we could document everything, Casey, but they own every enforcement out there, I feel like. I understand. Uh, don't go off of feelings. Okay, let's start documenting when it happens, and let's start reporting and not going off of feelings. This is not a feeling play. Basing our decisions off of feelings is probably about another really dumb thing to do. We're going to start documenting the shares that we have not received, and we need to start reporting that information. This is Adam Aaron's given us a very logical path to take here. And the next step is that when we don't get the shares that we're supposed to get by the time we're supposed to get them, we need to start reporting that information. So we'll get there when we get there, but that's still another week away from today. But I will make sure that you guys have the information that you need to make sure that you can contact who you need to contact. Yeah, I was looking at who said that reverse head and shoulders? Who said that? Where is that? Thor bladed. I was looking at that as well, but it's not. I don't think that's what it is. But I see it. I saw that too, and I wanted to point it out, but I don't think that's what it is though, because I mean, there's just so much time frame in here. Even if you take out the extended hours, it looks better. But the problem is you've got. I mean, this time frame in here is way longer than this time period in here, and this time period here is starting to look like this one, but in inverse head and shoulders, you would probably have, unless you're thinking it's more like this over here. What you did say, what time frame did you say? Hold on a second. You didn't say. Okay. You just said starting at 5 a.m. And I actually am looking back to the 12th. I'm looking at a much larger time frame than you are. You're looking at this maybe. Anyways, I'm not seeing it. Thorbladed saying the SPY is up right now. The VIX also went back up as well, 2.1%. SPY currently showing net positive 0.32, still increasing. Sugar Crane says our common enemy seems to have a lot of options to keep them from closing their short positions. Makes me wonder what they are going to do now. It does feel that way, but I think it's a product of them having just a crap ton of money. But I know what you mean though. It definitely feels like um, the process is taking a while. Just zoom out. It's flat, bro. Has been for months. I don't know about that. If you're feeling sad and you're feeling down, just sit on the toilet and have a code brown. Let me check something real quick here, guys. I want to see if we've gotten any more tweets out today. Okay, no new tweets. Okay, hold on a second here. That's 3 days ago. David Lauer apparently tweeted out, in U.S. markets, market makers are allowed to sell stock short without having located shares before doing so. This exemption to Reg shows locate requirements is ripe for abuse, and the SEC Gov just fined AMC $125,000 for abusing this exemption. But as we all know, $125,000 fine does not. It's not a big deal. I'm gonna contact Randall Cornett real quick here, guys, on the side, because I want to send that that message that I tried to send to Bigums. I'm gonna see if I can send it to Randall and see if I get any if I get anything back from him on that one. Give me just 1 second while I go through my messages and try and copy pasta to him. Hmm. One second. I'm almost done here. And one last one. All right, we'll see what he said. Maybe Randall will have a chance to get back to me on that. And there's also one more person I was going to reach out to about that as well. I'll hold off though. Backyard Boogie says, so does the price getting smacked all around mean shorts don't care about the ape? Um, hmm. I think it means that they have time. I think the idea here is that a lot of people think that we're going to magically see something happen by the 22nd, and I wouldn't, I think that's not going to be the case. I would give it a good 35 days after and see what happens. I do know that we actually may only have to wait till the 9th of September before we start seeing some pretty magical things happening to price. Based off of what I've seen not too long ago in the recent past, our elevated amounts of short exempt volume has been super high. I mean, it's been I think in the last year that I've been tracking this, I really can't recall having seen over 1 million in short exempt volume. And we had 2 days where we were like 2.5 million. Those are going to lead to massive amounts of failure to delivers, as we've seen some much smaller short exempt volume lead to large amounts of failure delivers. I think those are going to lead to massive amounts. And that should be or should be at least on or by the 9th of next month. Oh, you guys, stop fighting. My goodness. It's not worth it. Somebody's got to be the bigger man and just walk away. Who's it going to be? Who's going to be the bigger man and just walk away here? AP, how's it going, buddy? I saw your tweet. I feel rough. I feel bad for you, man. Oof. Colicky kids. There's nothing worse than that. That'll make or break your entire sleeping schedule, everything. Silas, how's it going? Doing pretty good. I'm not cooking anything right now. There's no cooking going on here. John says, Casey, it is said money is made from retail by taking the other side of the trade. What does that mean? Whatever it is that we're doing, somebody else is doing the opposite. If we're long, they're short. If we're short, they're long. Yucca Frida says, I hate to see you leave, but love to see you go. Ultimately, right? That would be the most preferable thing, is to see me leave. Then we know it's over. Looks like Lou's the bigger man that's walking away. Is he though? Is he? I feel like he tries to walk away, but there's just too much in at stake for him to lose. He's riding he's riding the popular train for he's riding his 15 minutes of fame all the way as far as he possibly can. He's riding it right up to 22 minutes if he can possibly do that. Do you think this still has the option to play out like a Tesla squeeze run? I said that a while back. Remember, it does. I mean, I'm gonna say no in regards to the fact that that if Adam Aaron were to dilute through Ape to pay off debt, it would be a large dilution depending upon the price, right? Like if price was I don't know, figured $200 a share or something like that, he wouldn't have to sell as many shares, so it'd be a much smaller dilution. Um, but if you go back and you look at the squeeze for Tesla, it was slow amounts of dilution every quarter. They would inject somewhere between 10 to 30 million shares. Actually, it was 10 to 20. I think it was 10 to 20 million shares. But the problem, the reason that I don't think that this can turn into a Tesla type squeeze is that um, our our board does not hold massive quantities of shares. And quite frankly, I think that was a really key pivotal point on Tesla's part, that they own so many shares and that they could do whatever they wanted to with those shares at any given time. And it really put, I think, a lot of pressure on institutions to be afraid of that. John doesn't like my answer, I feel like. Yeah, it is. It's as simple as that. Like whenever somebody's going short, somebody's going long. Whenever somebody's going long, it's really simple. It's just somebody else is taking the other side to the bet. The other part to that too, though, is like, say for example, in regards to options, usually there's what's considered the Greeks of options, and a lot of people don't understand the Greeks, and so they just buy a call position, but they don't understand the gamma and the implied volatility. Um, there's a lot of different factors in options that can cause them to lose money, even though that they're just looking at a strike price and they're going, perhaps they're looking at just a strike price and making or placing a options trade, and then not realizing that the IVs actually price them out of a good any kind of good money making type position, right? So the market's out there just collecting money from people who are making bad positions, taking the other side to the bet. Yo says this is financial edging at its finest. They're playing with you, yo. They're absolutely playing with you. Yeah, you see the thing is, NC Proud Dad, is that you have to understand that the things that Lou's saying are damaging to our community. You hold an investment right now, and you have an investment inside of AMC, and somebody out there is trashing on AMC. He's literally trashing on his information is wrong, which leads people to make wrong decisions and make wrong choices and have wrong ideas about what's happening. And then he's trashing on what's happening here. And so I'm telling you this, if you're going to sit there and continue to watch him, you're supporting what it is that he's saying. You're saying, I agree with what it is he's saying. Even if he's wrong, I still like the fact that he's trashing on my stock, my investment, and causing people to do things that may not be helping my investment. And you're agreeing to that, and you're saying that you are okay with that. You're helping him to advertise by continuing to click on his videos and watch his videos. You're further propagating the problem. So the answer to what it is that has to be done here is that people have to turn him off. That's it. When you have somebody who's against what it is, it's the truth. If you have people who are against the truth and against the position that you're holding, you need to turn those people off. And regardless of the entertainment value, you're making a conscious decision to trash on your investment. So you're going to have to make a decision. What do you prefer? Would you prefer the entertainment that's costing you money, or would you rather have informed people in a play that helps promote what it is that we're trying to accomplish? BioLife Hemp says it's just another example of them doing cost of doing business by getting a fine like that. Yeah, I agree. Casey OEV check, we can do that. Yo, here we got like just a couple more minutes here before we gotta check it out. But I'm not kidding, guys. Like legitimately, what is more important to you? Is it more important to you that you were entertained, or is it more important to you that people are getting good information? Because if entertainment's all you want in this play and you don't care about the money, then keep watching Lou. If what you care about is the money out of this play and you want to see change in the market and the structure of the system, then turn them off and never go back. Just don't. Thank you, Sam. I appreciate you letting them know. I really do appreciate that. Yeah, I'm the same way, Sugar Crane. I really love watching opposing viewpoints. I really do. But there's a difference between watching opposing viewpoints and getting just trashed on by somebody who actually supports what it is that you agree in, right? Like Lou's opposing viewpoints are just trash. It's just some guy who's talking things that he doesn't understand about, or know about, and he's trying to convince you that he does, and then he trashes on your investment. So is he an opposing view, or is he just giving wrong information? And there's a big difference between opposing view and wrong information. But like I said, you can just keep on giving him more watches, and we just have to deal with it. you know, it is what it is. We'll just deal with it, and that's fine. I know there's enough people out there that can't refuse a train wreck. Rubbernecking is a thing, and there's a reason for it. I mean, if we could all agree to never rubberneck never once again, you'd never see those side accidents that occur because everybody's watching the original accident. Trying to convince everybody that they shouldn't rubberneck obviously is never going to happen. But you know what? It starts with you. It starts with you. You can't control what anybody else does. You can only control your own actions. But again, you guys are gonna have to make your own choices. I can't make them for you. What do you want out of this? Let's take a look at our numbers. Somebody had mentioned that they wanted to see OBV, so I'm going to show that up here in just a minute. Two-factor authentication, if you don't have it, you may want to consider it. Could help prevent keeping somebody out of your account that you don't want in your account. If any YouTuber is ever telling you guys that they'll help you with your trades, run from that situation, please, far as you possibly can, and report it to people. Let people know that that's happening. Alrighty, let me take you guys over to the other screen. I won't be able to see what it is you guys are writing from here on out. Alrighty, let's see what we got going on. Off exchange. An hour ago was 61.55 through the off exchange, and the EDGX was at 9.24. Let's give that a refresh and see where we're at now. 61.98 through the off exchange. Wait a minute, wait, hold on a second. 61.98, there we go. And 9.09 through the EDGX, which is actually a little bit lower than normal, but you would, I can already see right now that some of the Chicago-based options exchange volume is getting pushed over to the NYSE ARCA, which is basically the ETFs for the NYSE. There's about a 2% difference than the 30-day average on the NYSE ARCA, which is probably, if you were to add that 2% to where the EDGX is currently, would be closer to what I would expect us to be around volume-wise. The grand total between the off exchange and the EDGX is at 71.07%, which is definitely elevated off exchange volume for just those two off exchanges. Taking a look at shares having been borrowed in the last hour, there was 2.17 million. It's now 3.15. That increase in borrowed shares is going to increase the estimated current short share interest of the free float to 18%. Cost to borrow average is at 8.42. Shares on loan for the day-to-day is 133.9 million, which is about 6.2 less than what it was day over day, with about 2.2 of that 6.2 million being in short interest that was closed out. Taking a look at the options, highest amount of volume an hour ago is at a $25 strike price, and of course it's saying that I'm not logged in. Give me 1 second while I try to fix this. Apparently I did not enter in my code correctly, but now I have. That was my fault. Let's try that again. Refreshing options. Highest amount of volume so far for the day-to-day. It went from 30 down to 25. We're back up to a $30 highest amount of volume at a $30 strike price for calls. An hour ago at $25, there was 27.2 thousand contracts. Now at 30, we have 29.1. For puts, highest amount of volume so far is currently at a $23 strike price. An hour ago, there were 6.6 thousand contracts. That's now 7.7. Sorry about that. I'm scrolling around a little bit there. All right, moving over to the other page. Orders by Fidelity customers. AMC is still currently in fourth with a 62% buy to 38% sell ratio. GME is, let's see, 17th with a 54% buy to 46% sell ratio, buy sell. Trigger price for SSR for the day-to-day is $22. It looks like only shares returned in the last hour. Fees have dropped back down to 6.8%. We currently have 138.4 thousand contracts out of the money on the calls versus 68.2 thousand contracts that are in the money. 93.2 thousand contracts are out of the money on the puts versus 15.6 thousand contracts that are in the money. NASDAQ is up 0.54, Dow Jones is up 0.57, and S&P 500 is up 0.4. We currently have 3,462 advancers to 3,316 decliners. The market is now currently advancing over declining. and seeming to gain more momentum. VIX is still up, however, 2.3%. VTI is up 0.38. IWD is up 0.21. Tesla is up 4.25. Amazon is down 0.46. Cinemark is up 0.93. Doge is down 4.12. Bitcoin is down 0.24. GME is down 3.17. HYMC is down 1.49. Hood is up 0.18. NCMI is breaking even, and AMC is down 2.87. Inflow versus outflow, we currently have more outflow by $4 million roughly. So far for the day today, we've traded 32.47 million shares after 218 minutes of trading, putting us on pace for about 58.1 million shares traded by the end of the day today. I suggested in pre-market that we would see somewhere between 50 to 70 million. On the weekly, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 61.63, which is above average. On the daily, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 68.84, which is finally coming back out down underneath the signaling overbought, but it's still very high. On the hourly, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 41.7, which is below average. On a 30-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 44.36, which is slightly below average. In a 5-minute interval, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 48.58, which is slightly below average. Let me get you guys the OBV that was requested. Let me get it pulled back up here again. Let me pull it up as a histogram because it's a little bit easier to see that way. So on this run up, we've had, I'd say volume has picked up pretty decently. You can see OBV kind of fluctuating a little bit up at the top here where we've been, but it's doing some solid moves. In regards to Thursday of last week, let's see. Yeah, in regards to Thursday last week, that was actually one of the highest amounts of volume that we've had, on balance volume that we've had since the run up back in the later portion of or the beginning portion of July. Wait a minute, hold on a second here. Okay, I just want to make sure. So yeah, some pretty decent volume right now. And with that, I can see what it is you guys are writing again. Hold on a second, guys. Gotta answer a question. I'm actually, Kathy. I'm making the statement right now that he's worse than that. He's damaging to what it is that we're trying to accomplish. And I'm suggesting that if you're in support of AMC and the movement, and you're continuing to watch him, then you're probably just adding to the problem. So I'm actually taking a step further than what it is that you're saying right there, because he causes people to be uninformed and scared, which is not something that we should not be injecting feelings into this play. This is not a feelings type play. And any play that any play that you're ever involved in should not be emotional. If you're trading on emotions, then you're not trading correctly. Francis, it all has to do with because the inflow versus outflow is only taking into account what's traded through the lit market. So it's a perfect example of how off exchange is so damaging to price discovery. If majority of the buy orders are going through off exchanges, then you're going to have a report, and they're only pushing sell orders through the lit market that are or the larger sell orders that are going through the lit market, then you're only going to be seeing the outflow. Okay, Thick is wanting to know what I got on reverse repo. Let me check it real quick and see what it was prior. Hold on a second. What was the last day last week? Was it the 12th? Let me refresh this. Hopefully it's not going to give me the current numbers. If it does, I just won't guess. Don't give me the numbers. Don't give me the numbers. It's giving me the numbers. All right, if I scroll down, I'm going to see it, and I don't want to see it. So I think I've got the numbers from last week. I think it was off by just a tiny hair, because I said 2.218. I'm gonna guess 2.224. Let me erase my numbers. 2.224. And I'm actually going to be able to scroll down here and see if I'm right or wrong right now. Let's see. Oh no, that's last week. Okay, good. 2.213 was last week. It has not updated yet. I thought it had updated, but it's not. I'm going with 2.224. But Donkey Kong says, just DM'd you a great video. You're going to love it. I'll have to take a watch. Is it like something I need to watch like right now, or? So what does it mean when does his, oh, I asked that question a long time ago, John, when I was watching a long time ago, and I never really got to the bottom of that, so I'm not really sure. Oh, it's a Prince reference. Okay. Yeah. Unfortunately, Jay may be watching what Lou's saying. I don't know. I don't. To be very honest, guys, like I don't go to Jay for like I haven't watched one of Jay's videos in a really long time. The only reason ever went to watch Jay in the first place was because he felt wholesome. But unfortunately, just because he feels wholesome, if the words that he's putting out is hurting, hurting people's ability to see what the truth is, then that's not good. Today's 2.175. I was way off. 2.1. Yeah, I was way off. I said 2.224. Yeah, erasing that. Yeah, I've never gone to Jay for any kind of like. I think he's a sweet old guy. I just don't go to him for any kind of information that really kind of helps me understand what's going on. It'd be much easier for me to just go and read some documentation on my own. How's that? Ingram is not a sweet old guy. He's a wolf in sheep's clothing. Dang, Dr. Zeno. I never got that vibe off of him. That's I almost kind of want to like pick your brain a little bit now. That's pretty harsh. Yeah, Monty, that's about when I bailed too. No, I haven't seen any of them, Doctor. Like I said, I stopped watching him when the whole cat thing started coming up, which was quite a long time ago. Yeah, Jay's the old guy with the cats. Chocolate treat says. That's funny, man. And that's why for a long time I used to make jokes about, my exploding kittens, and I said, please don't go tell Jay, because I would hate it if Jay thought I was like talking bad about cats. He seems like a pretty harmless guy. But again, like I said, if we are in a financial play here, if you think that there are individuals in the community who are hurting our financial play with the things it is that they're saying, then you need to stop. Like that's your choice to make, but stop listening to them would help make it so that they don't have such an audience. You're only hurting you're helping the algorithms to point those people out to more people. It's probably the best way to say it. Yes, ABC. Let's talk about that. Actually, ABC, you bring up a great point. So I was looking at the 13G originally. We had talked about this in regards to institutional share ownership. Let's look at this. I'm gonna pull up on Fintel here real quickly. Let's see, get my camera stuff off here. Yeah, no thanks. I already paid for your stuff once before. Um, so if you come over to BlackRock's filing of their 13G when it originally released, and I first went over this, which was back on like 8/9, and I think I talked about it like 2 days after, so it would have been like the 10th or the 11th possibly. I think the 10th sounds probably about right. I went through the 13G and I saw stuff in there that made it look like they were just giving shares to subsidiaries. And one of the reasons that I stated that was because their previous amount of shares and their latest amount of share numbers had not changed. It was still the same values under the 13G. Now it's reporting that they have quite a substantial less position. As you see here, it was 42.8. Now they're down to 25.2 million in ownership. And if you come back over here, remember the 10th, I think the 10th or the 11th was the day that I officially started talking about it. If you come back over to AMC, which if I go back a page, maybe not. Hold on a second. If you come back over to AMC, you'll see that their 13F was filed after the 13G, in which case the 13F shows the change. And I don't think that was filed until the 12th, perhaps. I don't know. Let's pull it up and see here in just a second. But it was filed after the position that I had made on no share change in ownership. So you'll see the BlackRock 13F was filed 8/12, which is like 1 or 2 days later afterwards that actually went through that 13F, and it changed the amount of shares that they had in ownership down to 25.8 million. So Vanguard is I believe still the number one holder of AMC shares long, and BlackRock has reduced their position by a little less than half, a little more rather. Sorry, what am I trying to say? A little less than half is correct, because they had 42, 43 million. I think 22 million of it is what they sold off. So 22 million off of the amount of shares that were in holding of AMC. If you add 169, you add 22 million to it, gives you 191, which is about where we were not too long ago. And do remember, guys, that these reports are old generated reports, meaning this happened a while ago. A 13G has to be filed within 45 days of the trade occurring. So they had at least 45 days worth of time where they could have sold off their position and then filed later on a later date. So basically what you do is you go back 45 days and you look where there was a big sell-off, and you can probably find it, which I've done already, and I'll show you that information here in just a second. But 191 is this key number that I want to show you, and our the highest amount of institutional share ownership that has ever been out there was set on May 17th, which was 193.811. So yes, it wasn't too long ago that we were running like 190s, and then very suddenly those disappeared when that filing came in with the 13F. So let's take a look at real quick. Let's take a look at where the possible sales could have gone through in regards to, I think, let's see where I put the picture. Here it is. In regards to the periods of time where, oh, here it is. I have it already set up. All right, cool. All right, so there's two specific periods of time where I see where there could have been potential sell-offs within the last 45 business days, or actually the last 45 days period. Hold on one second. So what I would say is this. Normally, if you see a real sell-off going on in the market, it's going to cause increased volume. So I don't really see large amounts of volume in this time frame right in here, in contrast to this downwards price movement right here. In this downwards price movement here, I see a little bit of volume beforehand, and then it kind of fizzles off. So if I had to guess where the sell-off would have occurred at, I would probably say that it was probably somewhere really close to here. And that would explain why the price started running shortly thereafter. When shares do enter into the market, and you can see right afterwards, you see volume starting to increase as well during this time frame here. And it could have been actually in two parts. They may have sold some of the shares here and some of the shares back here, but whenever there is a sell-off of shares into the market, price usually does start to rise afterwards as the need to complete orders occurs, and you start seeing massive amounts of price discovery during that period of time when those new shares start making it back into the market and orders can be completed. So it kind of makes a little bit of sense to me that this is probably the time frame right here that they sold off their position. And it also makes more sense to me as well that the sell-off would have occurred at a lower price than a higher price, as they're trying to probably they may have purchased. Well, let's see, what price range is this at? 1250, anywhere between 1250 and 1430. It could be that they may have purchased shares that last time when we made it down to 980 and they were selling off some of their position, and then this is the rebuy. This movement upwards here could be them rebuying back in. Actually, both of these two movements right here could partially be rebuying back in. It would actually make more sense if they bought on like they sold here and started buying this dip right here. Anyways, just throwing that out there that BlackRock did report a sell-off in their amount of held shares. Whether or not they bought back in already, we'll find out in the near future when we get a reporting, which will be further down the road. Obviously, 45 days after whatever they end up buying back in for. Fishman, welcome to the channel. Unfortunately, we don't allow talking about other stock on this channel. Is an AMC channel only, or anything that's related to AMC is cool. But right now, I just remove the message for you, and then next time I'll have to silence you for a little bit, and then after that I'll just have to make sure that your messages don't come through anymore. Ellington said censor. Yes. Yep. I've always had this rule for a long time. I've always been very I guess very lenient on enforcing it, but I made a major crackdown starting last week. D.E. Shaw and Company is long on AMC according to your chart. Any relation, just coincidence, I expect, but perhaps a good omen. They've actually been short on AMC as well. Just throwing that out there. They've held a short position on AMC for quite a long time, so there is no relation that I'm aware of. My actual last name is not technically Shaw. I mean, it is. I mean, legally it's Shaw, but any Shaws from that side of my dad's side of the family, I don't know them. So It's Shawshank. No, it's not Shawshank. Shawshank Redemption. Yeah, D.E. Shaw though. That's pretty sure that's a hedge fund. If I'm not mistaken, let me go back and check. I know I looked it up when I said the very first time I saw it, I was like, "Are you kidding?" Um, yeah, it's a hedge fund. D.E. Shaw and Company. If I had any relationship to him, I'd tell him to buy, go long. Multinational investment management firm founded by David E. Shaw and based in New York City, the company is known for developing complicated mathematical models and sophisticated computer programs to exploit anomalies in the financial market. No, it's not me. Not at all. It's a seesaw. Seesaw. I used to get a lot when I was growing up rickshaw. Am I what? Am I a Shaw? I am a Shaw. I mean, legally I am a Shaw, yes. But, the funny thing is that, whether or not somebody's actually of the heritage of their last name can be entirely different. Do you like cold Shaw? I don't even know what that is. Am I sure? Yes, I'm sure. My name is Casey Shaw, legally. Oh man, this is where you start rumors and stuff. My what is it? My witness protection card says my other legal name is something else. That's gonna start all kinds of rumors now. Witness protection plan. Kicking can Shaw. Did he did Bozeman nail it? Could Ape be a MOASS? I mean, not like instantly. I don't think it would be. I don't think it would be something that would happen instantly, but I do think that it could be a catalyst. Yes. Are you CIA? No, I'm not CIA. If I was CIA, could I admit to it? Kicking can of niblets, Shaw. I didn't drop the can. I'll have you know. Remtaco says, so why do we care to have ape if it's just splitting? I mean, it's starting to sound a little like some BS is afoot and duck us over. Okay, that was supposed to be a different word, but I think it was auto-corrected or something. So, all right. So first off, couple different reasons. Um, because of the nature of preferred stock, the option, I'm trying to think of the way to say this. The potential for there being an options traded are not as likely. I'm not saying that that won't happen. I just think, there's some people that are suggesting that the options won't be traded through that, which makes it more difficult for them to control the price of Ape. The other part to that is that the issuance of this should apply pressure on institutions to have to provide everybody who has owned a dividend or a share of it should be able to collect on that. And potentially show whether or not there's shares in existence that shouldn't be. The last two portions to that is kind of a two-portion thing. If Adam Aaron were to issue some of the, or if he were to sell off some of the 484 million Ape shares, that a dilution from those shares would occur in Ape only and not in AMC, which is where hedge funds are shorting against AMC is in AMC. The last thing you want to see have happen is dilution through AMC. That's where they're shorting because it provides them an opportunity to close their positions with the newly found shares. So if you're going to dilute and you want to be able to make the company debt free, it's better to do it through a medium to where it's not going to help. It's not going to help short hedge funds to close out positions. And so lastly, the part to all this is that if we can continue to hold our shares, hence the reason why if AMC equals Tendies and Ape equals Tendies plus plus, is that if we continue to hold our shares of Ape shares, we make it much more difficult for them to close out positions that they may need to find shares for Ape that are in existence, right? Because there's only supposed to be 516 million of them issued. If there's more of them out there, then that means they want us to sell so they can get some of those Ape shares to deliver to those individuals who are supposed to have them. And if that's not happening, then there may be some kind of there may be a lawsuit potential for AMC to issue on behalf of the shareholders. Apes R Us, what I would tell you, I can't tell you. Um, I can't tell you when you should buy and when you should hold and when you should sell and all that kind of stuff. That's up to you. It truly and honestly is up to you. But what I'm telling you, what I'm trying to tell you though, in so many words, is that Ape shares are more valuable than AMC shares. So whatever you're going to do with your your AMC shares, you should probably do the same to your Ape shares. You should view those as being just as valuable, if not more, like plus plus. So in regards to selling, then which is entirely up to you, you're going to have to make that decision. How much is enough? At what point are you ready for it to be done? Are you willing to hold on to shares only long enough to see $150, or are you willing to see much much higher numbers? How far have you come to give up your position? Because when you sell those shares, that's what you're doing. You're giving up your position. So here's the flip side to what it is that you're saying. I don't know when to sell the Ape. So here's the flip side to that. Maybe you don't ever sell your Ape. Maybe you just sell your AMC shares at some given point, and then you allow your Ape shares eventually to be transferred or converted into Ape or AMC shares. So now you get round two of having a ownership inside of AMC. But it's entirely up to you. You have to decide. You have to make those decisions for yourself what you want to do with those. But I can tell you that the value of those shares are as equal to AMC or greater. And I say greater because nobody else is supposed to have these shares except for us. So if nobody else is supposed to have them, then that makes them extremely desirable. Ray says, hi KC, in order to create a ticker Ape shares out of AMC shares, would not this change have to be in the AMC prospectus? How is Ape shares even legal? They're using preferred shares to issue as a separate stock, and they're calling it Ape. So that's how it's legal. It's not even really a dividend. It's really just a preferred unit issuance. And it is listed in the prospectus for Ape as to what's supposed to happen to them. Me no sell either anyway, haha, and after the 22nd, so then everyone else be able to buy Ape but without options. That's what most brokers are advertising is that they're going to start allowing people to buy shares of Ape. Yes. Yeah, Dr. Zeno, I agree with what you're saying there. We just got to give it a little bit of time to see what's going to, see how the effects of it are going to play out. I'm not necessarily trying to say that they're less important. That's not what I'm trying to say. What I'm trying to say is that, a lot of people are valuing Ape shares as being worthless, and they're not. They're equally as important. But the fact of the matter is this, to Fame, nobody else is supposed to have the Ape shares other than shareholders who are collecting on the dividend. If that's the case and it's not shorted, the Ape is not shorted, then it should make it extremely valuable in compared to a shorted stock like AMC, right? And so what I'm saying is not incorrect. Those shares are definitely more valuable, have more value because they're not shorted than AMC shares. So there's nothing wrong with what it is. What I'm saying is correct. And every time we sell Ape shares back into the market, it gives somebody an opportunity to close positions. Rem Taco, don't worry, man. I got you covered. Preferred stock sounds better by its very name. Yeah, it is. Guess what, guys? Preferred stock gets first dibs on dividends. Did you know that? I don't know if you guys knew that or not. Preferred stock gets first dibs on a dividend, always. So in regards to Ape being more valuable than AMC, there you go. They're very, very valuable shares. I don't think you guys understand when I say Tendies plus plus. I'm not just saying it, it's true. Casey, how will the ape be distributed? Does it go to institution-owned shares first or retail? That's a great question for the DTC. I don't know the answer to that. I'm not sure. I mean, I would just, I don't know. I don't know the answer. I don't know the backside of it, of their process. You can only get more future ape shares if you own AMC, so doesn't that How are you going to get more future Ape shares? Where are those coming from? But to that, um, no, I don't agree with that, John. I can't agree to that because you could buy shares at any given time and of AMC and just get Ape shares. Yeah, no, that in order for Ape shares to convert to AMC, it has to be a vote by the shareholders, and that's across the board, Ape and AMC. Dr. Zeno, is it because of the way I said it earlier? Stock, stock, I don't. You're right. When it came out of my mouth, Dr. Zeno, I felt like it felt weird too. Stock, stock. I don't know, man. You're gonna mess with my head now. I guess it's only fair. It is funny though, because when it came out of my mouth, I paused for a second because I was like, that sounded really weird when I just said it. Yeah, I don't think the DTC can do anything funky with the issuance of the shares. Charles Payne, let's check out his tweet. I want to check. I do like me some Charles Payne here. Hold on a second. Uh, I don't understand why. I want to see Adam Aaron interview or interview with Charles Payne, because quite frankly, like I mean, out of anybody who's done interviews over time, Charles Payne's got to be the most pro ape guy that I've seen out there. So 1 hour ago, he tweeted, "The small fry investors are kicking the hell out of hedge funds. How long can this last? Please, recession feels a heck of a lot closer after this morning. I hope you are making money with Charles Payne. Please tune in." I really wish I could tune into his stuff. And I wish I could air it on live. ApeSR says, or they will double your AMC shares is how I see it. That is one way to look at it, ApeSRS. I mean, it is, but the actual um, Ape share is not AMC. Not until we vote it into to have it to have it converted. Couldn't spit that out. Dr. Zeno, you're messing with my head too, so don't you worry. The feeling is mutual. To Fame says, I just ate greasy onion rings hoping for a possible heart attack so I don't have to concern myself with this any longer. To Fame, I know that's joking, but all joking aside, if you're having problems, man, contact me on the side. And that goes for anybody, honestly. Like if you're having dark thoughts, please contact me. Let me know, and let's try to get you some help. because that's not good. It's not good to be in a position like this and be in a bad place in your head. So and if I can do anything I can to help, I will. Like, don't you guys start flooding me with a bunch of fake I'm struggling. Because that's not cool either. Like, I just, I'm legitimately being serious about people who are like really truly legitimately struggling with their thoughts. Dark pool thoughts. Josh wants to know what's the indicator on the bottom of the chart under the RSI. That's the vortex indicator. One of my favorite indicators. I love it. I highly recommend looking it up on Investopedia or whatever you want to look at it. But uh, I use it in place of MACD. Some people prefer to look at MACD. I think they kind of give you like the same kind of it's an oscillator um, oscillating indicator that tells you when there's like more buying pressure than selling pressure, and when there's like a divergence of that, and so um, you can see where there might be like change in momentum. The nice thing about the MACD though is that it involves, I believe there's volume related signal in there as well. Well, actually, that's in vortex indicator as yeah, they're it's the same thing, just seen in a different kind of way. I've kind of related it to like reading guitar tablature versus reading sheet music. One's for broken people like me, and the other one's for smart people. Dr. Zeno is going to sign up for Hot Koch's Anonymous. Sounds bad. Yeah. All right. Thank you to Fame. I appreciate you easing my mind there a little bit. There are people who are struggling though. There really are. And so I gotta say that. To Fame, were these at a restaurant or were they like homemade onion rings? You're welcome, Josh. This is why we got community, guys. We got community because we all look out for each other. That's a good thing. Ooh, to Fame, yeah. I'll tell you what, I ain't gonna lie to you. This is probably the most emotionally attached I've ever been to another position ever in my entire life. I don't like being emotionally attached to stocks, period. I buy, I sell, and then I'm done with them. I don't look back. I read numbers. Numbers are just numbers to me, and I don't put any kind of like I don't have any emotions when it comes to numbers. It's just I see what I see, and I have to be very, very honest and say that this has definitely been very, very emotional to be attached to this stock. So, that can kind of be bad, right? Like you shouldn't be that way. So, I kind of focus it out. I tune it out a little bit. And I've even stated to you guys as well before in the past that when it comes down to crunch time and I'm looking for a position where I might sell at, I might get quiet. I might be running through the numbers through my head, and I may not even pay attention to what it is you guys are writing on the side because I don't want it to influence me. I can almost guarantee you that that's going to happen at some point. I won't want to read what it is that you guys are saying, and it's not that I'm trying to ignore you, but it's just that I don't want to have influenced opinion. It's numbers are numbers to me, and I don't. I love you guys to death, but it's got to be about the numbers. Yoka Frida says, remember what Pantheon said last week. Try to live within your means. Don't overextend yourself and don't count them chickens before they hatch. Love everyone. No homo. I love it. That's awesome. He's right. Had to go to my son's car, taking care of business. It broke on him and I was craving a hamburger. Ah, so you ate out. I'm curious where you ate. Now you got to tell us, where did you go? Where did you go that you had greasy? I'm going to guess Jack in the Box. Was it Jack in the Box? Jack in the Crack? Darren, I'm glad I was able to put you to sleep, I guess. Ape has to trade at the exact same price as AMC, correct? Question mark. No, that is not correct. The opening price, in fact, actually, John Merriweather, the investor relations, sent out an email not too long ago saying that AMC's price on close will be the split price for AMC and Ape. However, they cannot tell you what the opening price on Monday morning will be on the 22nd because of trading that will occur in the pre-market hours. They are not tied together in price. To be honest with you guys, a lot of us are probably going to be really silent when it comes time to exiting our positions. And the reason for that is that we're going to be working our butts off. It's going to be a lot of work, guys. I don't think you understand how much work it's going to be. I don't know how many, I don't presume to know how many shares it is that you guys have, but if you have a significant amount of shares, um, there's a good chance that and you now have double the amount. Whatever you had after the 22nd, you're going to have double that. So go ahead and just dump onto your workload because congratulations, you're now the owner of double the amount of shares that you had on the 19th, on the 22nd. So yay, for free, for free. So yeah, you're gonna have double the amount of work and decisions to make. I don't even know what Dream World Coke is, Apes R Us, but that does not sound good. I don't even want to know. Captain Austin says, I'm thinking about starting an underground strip club for conspiracy theorists and call it the Illuminati. I read that because it made me laugh inside. We'll have special events like Tinfoil Hat Tuesday and Flat Earthers Friday. That's really funny. For free. Kathy says, will you have two charts up? Ooh, great question, Kathy. Hmm. It is possible for me to redesign the page so that we can have everything all on one page. And I've actually been thinking about doing that anyways. So guess what? When you wake up on the morning of the 22nd, there's a very strong chance that you may see a new and improved front page of AMC and ADD. New and improved. That might have to be my plan that I work on for this weekend. Nasir says, Casey, do you remember when AMC had a job posting searching for a candidate specialist in SEC filings about a month or so ago? Adam Aaron, a smart CEO, and he did his homework on the Ape unit. I do remember. Yeah, it's going to be called Ape, Kathy. Thick says, Casey, after the squeeze, can you do a 10-minute live stream late at night reading a book so we can listen to bedtime stories? Man, I've always wanted to do, Thick. I've always, like, one of my lifelong dreams was to do character voices, and I think it would be really, really fun to do something like that. But I mean, it's not. I I don't have any plans for this channel after this is over. So what's the plan for the setup on the screen with two tickers? It's just to be able to fit it all on one screen and not have it set up in a way to where you guys can see the information and I can chart on both of them and not affect what it is that you're seeing. What if ape holders get a dividend called Moon? A dividend of, what is this, like the Inception? A dividend of a dividend of a dividend? I like it. It's kind of funny. You know what, Kathy? I don't think it's in the cards for me. I just don't, that's not how I view my life. Doing, I just don't see it. So, Casey, you say double the shares. I do. Make sure you don't have a margin account. You may not get double then. Dividendception. If I have 100 shares, I will get 100 AMC shares and 100. Yeah, if you have 100 AMC shares right now, you will maintain those 100 AMC shares and receive an additional 100 apes. If you were a tag team wrestler in the AMC community, who would your YouTube partner? I don't know. There's so many good ones to choose from, and I don't want to do that. Because then I'm like singling out like one person, and I just don't want to do that. I have a lot of friends, man. I have a lot of friends, and I don't want to single any one of them out and make others feel like less. I can tell you this. I can tell you this. I will. It's not going to be a YouTube personality. I go for Adam Parker. He would be my tag team. He would be my tag team wrestler. I've always said him and I when we do our research together, it's like iron sharpening iron. You guys see him on here every once in a while, but more often than not, you just see him behind the scenes. He's like he's like my secret weapon. for staying sharp. Alrighty, guys, it's 107. It's time to take a look at the numbers. Lou the walking testicle head. What the heck? All right, let me log into my broker real quick here and we'll take a look at what we got going on here. For those of you who are just listening, we're at $23.85 on 36.54 million shares. So they've definitely decreased volume, although we did have a bit of a jump here in volume in the last hour, to where most of our minutes are over 100,000 in volume. But before that, they had reduced us down to under 50K and during some minutes of volume. Currently, if you don't have two-factor authentication, you may want to consider getting it. It may help provide keeping somebody out of your account that you don't want in your account. But I'm not going to be able to see whatever you guys have written from here on out. If it's something I haven't talked about, hold those thoughts for me until you see the big tramp back on the page again. Taking a look at off exchange. Actually, let me move a couple screens here real quick. Forgot to move these around. Alrighty, starting with off exchange. An hour ago it was 61.98, and then 9.09 through the EDGX. For a grand total of 62.65 through the off exchange and 8.9 through the EDGX. For a grand total 71.55% of our volume going through those two off exchanges alone. According to Ortex, an hour ago we had about 3.15 million shares having been borrowed for the day. It's now down to 3.11. That's a very small change down, so I don't expect to see much of a change on estimated current short share interest of the free float, which is currently at 18.01%. Cost per hour average is at 8.33. Shares on loan at 133.9 million shares for the day. That's 6.2 million shares down from day over day. And about 2.2 million of that I'm estimating to be as closed short interest. Really close here between a $25 strike price and a $30 strike price, but 30 is still winning. An hour ago at 30, the amount of volume that we had in contracts was 29.1 thousand contracts. There's now 30.3. And on the puts, at a $22 strike price, that's down $1 from what it was an hour ago. An hour ago, there was at 23, there was 7.7 thousand contracts. Now at 22, there's 8.9 thousand contracts. A little less than 3-to-1 ratio in calls versus puts. Wait, is that right? That's not right. 4. A little less than 4-to-1. It's more than 3-to-1. It's like 3.5. 3.5 times more volume in calls versus puts. The market's signaling a much wider range now between $22 and $30 for a closing price. Orders by Fidelity customers. AMC has dropped a position down to 5th with a 63% buy to 37% sell ratio. And GME is coming in at 18th with a 54% buy to 46% sell ratio. Trigger price for SSR is $22. Shares available to borrow is 1.7 million. There's been no change in the last hour. Only fees have dropped to 6.8%. We currently have 138.4 thousand contracts out of the money on the calls versus 68.2 thousand contracts that are in the money. 93.2 thousand contracts are out of the money on the puts versus 15.6 thousand contracts that are in the money. NASDAQ is up 0.34, Dow Jones is up 0.35, and the S&P 500 is up 0.23. We currently have an declining market rather, with 3,485 decliners to 3,340 advancers. The VIX is up 2.3, VTI is up 0.2, IWD is down 0.01, Tesla's up 3.43, Amazon is down 0.55, Cinemark is up 0.29, Doge is down 5.11, Bitcoin is down 0.98, GME is down 3.99, HYMC is down 1.72, Hood is up 0.14, NCMI is down 1.6, and AMC is down 3.01%. Inflow versus outflow, we currently have $9 million more in outflow than inflow, with 37.07 million shares having been traded after 283 minutes of trading. Putting us on pace for 51 million shares traded by the end of the day today. Probably going to be off on my volume prediction. It's gonna get really close. I had in pre-market I said 50 to 70 million. It's going to be close. On the weekly, more buying pressure than selling pressure in the Vortex indicator. RSI is at 61.46, which is above average. On the daily, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 68.46, which is above average. On the hourly, we have more. I'm going to go with equal amounts of buying and selling pressure with an RSI of 41.1, which is below average. On a 30-minute interval, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 43.59, which is slightly below average. On a 5-minute interval, we have a divergence of the Vortex indicator with more selling pressure than buying pressure and an RSI of 46.29, which is slightly below average. We did touch the upper side of this Bollinger Band on a 5-minute interval and have come back down to meet up with a simple moving average. Whether or not it continues to push through usually is based off of whether or not the volume is high or not. We did reach a value of 2404. Let me see if I can get an idea for where we're finally heading to. I mean, I see just tons of consolidation in here. I feel like this is pointing towards a breakout towards the very end of the day today. Something that looks a little bit like this. So this is a descending wedge, not a triangle. And I really feel like, I mean, leaving out just the tip like I normally do, I'd probably draw a box like here. And honestly, we've actually been seeing some aftermarket movement that's been not Friday. Friday was a little bit different, but aftermarket movement in the after hours, which this is actually kind of pointing towards as a potential breakout towards the end of the day today. As in regards to which direction, I have no idea, and we might actually see that breakout happen beforehand. But it looks to me like we're consolidating for a closing price somewhere between perhaps, if we don't have a breakout before the end of the day, then we would consolidate and see a price close somewhere between 23.54 and 23.89. But those numbers don't really make much sense, do they? 23.50 does, though. Just saying. Usually they like to close us out like really close to like a 50-cent marker. Dr. Zeno says I'm one step closer to getting you the hot Koch interview on the stream here. Uh-oh. Did you get a hold of him? Holy crap, there's the breakout, like right when I was sitting there saying that if that happened before the end. Oh, that was quick. That was really, really quick there. It moved fast. The volume on that was pretty high at 292,000, so we're getting a little bit of volume push here. Man, that was super quick. I did not expect that to come that fast. That was really quite amazing. Hold on a second. I just got to check this out here. That's really odd to me how fast that happened. Yeah, that was very abnormal because you got falling price and you have, for the most part, falling volume through this period of time. I know volume's starting to rise, but so you have rising volume, falling price, which should be bearish, but it's really, I mean, the volume throughout this period of time was falling, not rising, which means it should break out going up, and this trend indicator is signaling towards a breakout going up as well. So it was almost like it was a false breakdown to the bottom side here. But it did break past through the 2350 mark there. Massive amounts of volatility coming in. Cody says, check out the AMC chart August 4th, August 5th. So if I'm not mistaken, correct me if I'm wrong, Cody, but didn't we trip SSR on, was it the 5th or the 4th? It was around that time frame. I remember that. That was a very unusual push right there. I'm gonna throw this up here real quick, guys. This is something I was looking at earlier. And I think if it's happening, then it's happening a little late. But this might be that drop because I was expecting the drop to come right around 1323 or 1300-ish. But it doesn't appear like we almost got like an inverse image of this right here. So, but now it's starting to follow suit. If it does continue to drop down further, this image, this pattern, the blue one, was taken from oh, I don't remember what day it was. I think it was I want to say it was from last Friday. Yeah, I think I copied last Friday's data and then just copied and pasted it onto today. Tried to line up the image as close as possible. You can see this little tabletop right here with the fall off right there. You can see that there's a very similar pattern that occurred today. You've got the tabletop image with the fall off, and then the almost the volcano pattern, like kind of matching up right there. But overall, like the pattern seems to be following pretty closely. Just different time scales. This would have us closing at somewhere around like 22. Like if this were to actually like line up and meet up with this, or maybe 50 cents higher, it would probably have us closing right around like 20, just underneath 23 by the end of the day. We're gonna have to see, Haze Monster, when we get there. I quite truthfully don't know the answer, and I think a lot of our brokers are probably speculating as well as to what's going to happen. But my guess is that there's probably going to be people who very similarly to GME, some people probably won't be issued their shares, their share dividend, in which case they need to report that. And the more people that we have reporting it, um, the better of a case we have at outstanding shares that are in existence that shouldn't be. Mega Johnny says the only question I have is that if Ape runs, what would the point of converting be to keep the company safe, Mega Johnny? So if we all decide to start selling our shares at some point of AMC, it puts the company at risk for a hostile takeover. So by allowing Adam Aaron to vote or give us the right to vote those shares into existence into AMC, a conversion of those shares would basically take away it would take the ability away from somebody who was trying to do a hostile takeover. Oh, I'm glad you liked the movie, Haze Monster. Yeah, I thought it was pretty good. It's difficult to say government divides. I think it all depends on how are they going to collect the information, and I don't know the answer to that part of it. But that's why I'm suggesting that, if we don't get issued the shares that we're supposed to be issued, then we need to contact three different people. We're going to be contacting our brokers for the compliance officers within our brokers. We're going to be contacting AMC Investor Relations, and we're going to be contacting the SEC. And I will provide two of those three pieces of information. The third one is on you because we're all in different brokers. So, but you can call your broker up and just ask to speak to a compliance officer as you've not been issued, and then file a formal complaint that you have not received the shares that were supposed to be provided to you. Cuddy cut. I'm sad to say no synthetic shares were found at Mar-a-Lago. No, I don't. Ape Logic. I think that if AMC if Ape starts to rip, and there's a lot of people who don't have Ape shares, that's going to create more pressure for those Ape shares to be found or purchased. So I don't think it'll be advantageous to hedge funds at all. Cuddy cut, I'm not sure in reference to what you're talking about with our tax dollars being put to good work, but I can almost certainly agree that I probably tend to agree with you. I see our tax dollars being wasted everywhere. I see dead tax dollars. All right. I need to take a break, guys. So it's 1:30. I'm gonna head out, come back at 2:10, and finish out the day with you. Ape Logic, you're welcome. Gaming Wall Street, St. Monet's dad. Got it. I'm gonna have to check it out. I know you're not the first person to recommend it either. Let me get the Bollinger Bands back up here, and I'll put my message up on my return. I'm glad you had a safe flight, though. Let's see what time. Oh yeah, 2:10. I couldn't remember what time I'm coming back at. If you want to know why we're sinking, it's more than likely with the amount of volume that came through here, there was some sell orders that must have gone through. It's hard to say who, though. Whether it be institutions or not, it's hard to say. I mean, the volume did some pretty odd spiking right here. Almost 300,000 shares. That's going to definitely put us on pace for a better volume in the end half of the day today. Alrighty, guys, I'm out. I'll see you guys back at 2:10 for Toast into the Power Hour.
Love Upbeat? Why not upgrade to Premium for just $6.99 a month? Get unlimited downloads, access premium tracks, whitelist your YouTube channel, and boost your creativity with Upbeat Premium.
Alrighty, I'm back a little bit early. Welcome to the Power Hour. The Power Hour. Let me get my message off the screen here. All right. I need a toast for the day today. To mental health, because we kind of talked about it earlier. I cannot stress enough to you guys. Your mental health is so important. The reason that I end every single day of this live stream saying eat, sleep, and drink, spend time with your family, spend time with your friends, is because those are the types of things. Walking your dog, getting out, and doing things are the type of things that you need to do to maintain your mental health. If you're not maintaining that mental health, start working on it. Please. It is so vital that you keep that mental health up. We're on a constant attack of psychological attacks here. So please heed my warning. Eat, sleep, drink, get plenty of rest. I'm telling you guys, spend time with your family, spend time with your kids, spend time with your pets. Go out and see movies. Be a human. Cheers. Life continues on. Just remember the 3 rules there, Big Tramp. Cabasa de Fago, I think today is going pretty much like I anticipated it to go. I really felt that we might see a trip of SSR. In fact, let me just pull a page over here real quickly for you so you can see. I really thought there was a chance that we might trip SSR and a move downwards like this. This is Friday's pattern on top of today. And I thought there was a good chance that we might actually see that downwards pressure come in and get us to trip SSR, which would have been at $22, which would have been a tripping of SSR right around this. Well, we're past time now. Would have been right around here. We were following that same, almost the same exact pattern for most of the day today, and then it turned right around 1320 when it was supposed to start shooting downwards in price. The price did start moving down, but not quite as drastically. So beginning portion of the day though did look a lot like Friday. So let's take a look at our numbers. We got one last opportunity to see what's going on. Thanks, great. The American Trader. I'm glad you like the toast. I, I've always said that I'm probably like the last person you ever want to get to do a toast for anything. Words. The worst thing I can possibly do is try to write words down in advance and try to recite them. The second worst thing I could possibly do is just try to wing it, as either one of those usually ends up in some kind of epic failure that somehow miraculously or another people find hilarious. But whatever. I feel like a moron afterwards. But anyways, two-factor authentication, guys. If you don't have it, you might want to consider getting it. Might help keep somebody out of your account that you don't want to be in there. The American Trader says winging it, and I do not mix. I'm with you, man. I'm with you, but for some reason when I wing it, it turns out more funny. So sometimes I just gotta laugh at myself and just wing things and just laugh at myself, I guess. Taking a look at our numbers, I'm gonna move you guys over to the other screen here real quick, And let's take a look at what's going on here. Let me transfer 2 pages over. Alrighty, starting with off exchange. An hour ago, there was 62.65% traded through the off exchange and 8.9 through the EDGX. Let's see what those are now. We got 63.55 through the off exchange and 8.63 through EDGX. That's 72.23% of our total volume going through those two off exchanges. That's a lot of volume. An hour ago, there was, according to Ortex, there was 3.11 million shares having been borrowed. That's now 3.17. That's gonna have a negligible change to estimated short share interest of the free float, which is at 17.99%. Cost to borrow average is at 8.35. Shares on loan for the day today is at 133.9 million, which is 6.2 million less than the previous day. With 2.2 million of that, I'm estimating to be returned or closed short positions. An hour ago in the options at a $30 strike price, we had the most amount of volume in calls. We still do there. It was 30.3 thousand contracts an hour ago. It's now 35.4. On the puts at a $22 strike price an hour ago, there was 8.9 thousand contracts. There's now 13. A little less than 3 to 1 in call versus put volume. The market's still looking at like somewhere closing between 22 and 30. Orders by Fidelity customers, AMC back in fourth position with 63% buys to 37% sales. And GME coming in 16th with 55% buys to 45% sales. Trigger price for SSR is $22. Shares available to borrow. Only been returns. Oops. With fees are starting to drop, they want them to borrow some more shares here, but it's not. Nobody's biting. They dropped it from 7.7 to 6.8, now 6.5. NASDAQ is up 0.7. Dow Jones is up 0.48, and the S&P 500 is up 0.45. We currently have 3,724 advancers to 3,145 decliners. Market is advancing over declining with the VIX at 2.66% up. VTI is up 0.45. IWD is up 0.17. Tesla is up 3.72. Amazon is down 0.08. Cinemark is up 0.75. Doge is down 4.21. Bitcoin is down 0.77. GME is down 2.8. HYMC is down 2.02. Hood is up 1.78. NCMI is down 0.57 and AMC is down 3.72. Inflow versus outflow, we currently have $13 million more in outflow than inflow, with a volume of 43.04 million shares having been traded so far. In the aftermarket hours, when you tally everything up, I'll probably end up being really close to right on the volume prediction, but I doubt we'll hit the 50 million by the end of the day, as we only have 42 minutes left to trade. As it stands right now, we're looking at closing somewhere around 48.2 million shares traded for the end of the day today. I predicted in pre-market somewhere between 50 and 70 million. I have a feeling there may be a chance that we see the aftermarket hours hit that 50 million shares maybe traded. It's going to be really close. On the weekly, there's more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 61.08, which is above average. On the daily, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 67.72, which is above average. On the hourly, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 40.58, which is below average. On a 30-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 44.32, which is slightly below average. And on a 5-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 53.11, which is slightly above average. Price is moving back upwards. We're getting some good movement here. We have we're at $23.62. Getting a little bit more volatility in the Bollinger Bands. And volume is starting to pick up a little bit. And with that, I can see what it is you guys are writing again. Myself, are you here? Let's see. I think I may have upset myself. I'm gonna have to reach out to him. I think I was a little harsh on him earlier. Hazel Allen, welcome. I missed what it is that you said up above, but all I see is you saying how long you've been holding for. If there's a question you had for me, I didn't see it, so go ahead and post it again. Jim Gould says, Casey, everyone talking crap about AMC. This play is causing havoc. Been holding since January 2021. Getting really tired of all the BS. How much longer can they drag this crap out? We're gonna have to see, man. I can't give you a time frame. It's always been 2 weeks for a reason. It's a great question, and I don't know the answer. But I will say this: I've always suspected that we would lose people before we would start running. So eventually, there's going to become a point in time where investors decide to sell, and that's when it'll probably start ripping. Dr. Zeno, myself asked me a question earlier this morning, and I think I may have jumped on him. I don't know. I may have jumped on him a little bit too harshly. I kind of noticed he's not here right now, and usually he is. So I have a feeling he may have just decided to take a break. Which I'll reach out to him and talk to him and tell him I'm sorry. Let's see. Hey, Robinhood sold all my AMC shares today without my permission. Who do I call, please? Did you have a margin account? Were you on margin? If you were on margin account, Ellen, then there's a possibility that when you're on margin accounts like that, they can close it out, and that's why I've been stating for a long time. I'm really sorry to hear about that. If that's the case, if there's somebody that you want to contact, I don't think there's really anybody that you can contact, to be honest with you. They called me to say something was up with the account, so they got remote on my computer. They got remote on your computer? Like that sounds almost like phishing right there to me, Hazel. Sounds to me like somebody's phishing your account and you may have had some investor fraud going on there. First off, if Robinhood is contacting you, you need to be, if anybody's contacting you, you should be extremely weary of it. Any of you guys, if your broker contacts you, hang up, call your broker back directly. Do not let your broker call you and tell you something. Yeah, if they took over your computer, that sounds like you had some kind of investor fraud. You got hacked. Do not let your broker call you. You call your broker. I would call up. First thing I would probably do if I were you, Hazel, is I would. Man, if you gave them access to your computer, um, I don't even know where to start on that one. Um, I would start changing a bunch of password. First off, I'd be looking for like virus software that is checking your computer, making sure there's like no background programs that are running. Um, I don't know, going through resetting a bunch of your passwords and but do everything over the phone and not necessarily on your computer because right now I wouldn't trust your computer at all, and I would wager to say that there's a chance that your computer may be infected with some type of virus. Um, and I would not trust anything on your computer at this point, and I would do everything through via phone and change passwords and all kinds of stuff. Yeah, that's you sounds like you got fished, Hazel. I would start contacting a bunch of different people that anything your computer had access to. You probably need to contact those people through either use your phone, use something else other than your computer, maybe even just turn your computer off while you're doing this, and start accessing your accounts and making sure that passwords weren't changed. I would call Robinhood. I would call everybody that your computer had access to. Um, literally just start calling everybody and use some other source other than your computer to do that. Yeah, this is why I've been promoting the two steps authentication. I've been actively. This is why I've been telling you guys. So I knew this is coming. I knew this kind of stuff was coming, guys. It's just a matter of time here. Start adding your two-factor authentications. Make sure that you're the only person who can get into your accounts. Olin says, "Yep, I've got my VPN on my phone and PC with two-factor. Good job." Is voice? I don't have voice recognition, Big Tramp, but it could be. Yeah, I would suggest that is a form of second authentication. Yeah, yeah. I would just Hazel. I would start working on accessing your accounts off of your computer. and start locking everything down, making sure that you have access to all your accounts, and then make sure you go into all the different, your brokers, your banks, everything that it's tied to your computer, and make sure that everything's safe. But do everything through something else other than your computer. Don't trust your computer at all until you've completely made sure that it's clean and free of anything. If you gave access to somebody on your computer, they could still be there in the background waiting for you to make a mistake. Not necessarily true, Assam. Just selling them out of their position might just be enough. I mean, maybe that's all they're trying to do. Maybe they're just trying to get people to sell. I have never seen Hazel on my channel before, Jabibs, that I can recall. But you've seen my memory. It's not the best. Well, I don't want to jump to conclusions one way or the other, whether Hazel's real or not real or anything like that. I would just suggest trying to start mitigating your risk. And time is of the essence. It does sound sus, but I gotta pretend as though it's real, though. I don't want to make assumptions one way or the other. But make sure you guys, Hazel, if make sure you contact your broker immediately, but do it through something else other than your computer, like I said. Right now, the price is at $23.69. It's happened in my family before. My wife has been victim to phishing. She actually had, I think it was like 3 iPhones that were purchased on her account. And literally, it was somebody calling her to tell her that there was suspicious activity of somebody trying to purchase iPhones on her account. And so they asked her to verify a bunch of information. So she verified everything. And then they went in and started buying a whole bunch of iPhones. So yeah, it was a mess. But they were supposed to catch it though. There's a fail safe. So we think that the store that they went to, there was somebody that was working there that was working with them, because in order for them to make the purchase on the phones, they would have had to have there's a second, I forget, there was something that they were supposed to verify. Oh, driver's license. They were supposed to verify driver's license, and at the store they never verified the driver's license. So uh, AT&T had to take the hit on it because they didn't do the verification of the driver's license. I think Denaro sent Hazel over. You guys are awful, guys. You don't know. Maybe Hazel's really legit. I mean, uh, I don't know. I mean, whatever. Um, price prediction tallies for the day today. Who's at risk and who's not at risk? As it stands at 23.72, it looks like we're going to have a four-way tie today, as everybody's in the money right now on our price predictions. However, I'm the closest to going to being a loser. At 24.50, I would lose. You know, the cat zone. I know. I understand. The last place I would go is a live stream to ask for advice. I understand, especially one that you've never been to before. It doesn't. It looks very highly suspicious, but I gotta treat it though like it is. I gotta treat it like it's real. I have to. I would hate to like blow them off and then be somebody who's doing. I don't know. Sometimes you do crazy things when you're like beside yourself. So there is that. Mega says if you're in this play, number one, if you're in this play and still using Robinhood, I love how you how you put a number one, two, and three on this. Like legit Mega, I haven't. You seem to be a pretty new name around here, but I legit love the fact that you title these out like one, two, three, because like this is how I would say it. If you're in this play and you're still using Robinhood, you got more problems than this. I don't disagree with that. Number two, never give access to your PC. Yes, I also agree with that. Number three, always call back and ask for a desk number. Yes, I highly, highly agree. At least this gives everybody an opportunity to learn about phishing. There may be people in this room who are listening who wouldn't have thought that somebody could call them up and say like, we suspect that there's something wrong with your account, and we need to know what verify who you are. Um, you're a sweetheart. Thanks, the Cat Zone. I appreciate it. I gotta always err on the side of the people being real and honest. I feel like I have to. Because I would hate to be in their situation and not have people wanting to help me and just assuming that I'm you know, somebody trying to cause problems. That would just really suck. Brian says, bless your heart. Screw you, Brian. For those of you who are new here in Texas, they say bless your heart when they're basically telling you to screw yourself. Like bless your heart around here means go F yourself. Screw you, Brian. I love you though. No homo. The IRS will never call you folks. That is also another truth that I've heard before. The American Trader says I use Robinhood for super small amounts of shares and for on the go options. Actually, the American Trader, that's what I do too. I use Webull as a I don't use Robinhood. I use Webull as a testing platform. I don't do any of my major trades. I own 5 shares of AMC through Webull because I was using it as a test platform for something entirely different, and it was kind of funny. I had the money left over and I was just like, I'll just buy 5 shares of AMC. Why not? I think there's probably still money sitting in the account somewhere as well. In fact, I think there might have been a point in time when we got down to $9 and I didn't buy a share and I could have. Uh-oh, Doug said he said his piece. I don't know what he said. What did he say? I don't know why everybody hates Robinhood. They've never stole from me. Dude, They stole from everybody last year. Everybody. Jabibs. I'm not reading what you wrote. Who's Alex? I keep hearing this Alex name like over and over and over. I'm gonna have to like phone Tony and be like, Tony, who is this Alex? I keep hearing Alex everywhere. This Alex, Alex this, Alex that. Who's Alex? I have no idea who Alex is. Look at the price rising. Somebody bought Hazel shares. Oh, that's messed up. That is messed up. I sent Robinhood a message through my phone. I couldn't find a phone number for them. Uh, should be pretty easy to find a phone number for Robinhood. I just typed in Robinhood customer, and it says service number almost like popped up immediately. Let's see here. I feel icky just clicking on their website. Doug, don't be mad. Don't be mad, Doug. Oh, wait. Here we go. Contact us. They want me to sign in. That's what I would do is I would just go to contact us and there should be a phone number that you can call there. I'm looking for it. Somebody's probably going to come up with it before I do. It's so funny. It's saying everything that I'm pulling up right now is saying to use your app for the contact support. Customer service phone number is 650-294-4858. There's two different phone numbers here. I'm gonna link both numbers to you. Well, actually, yeah, I'm gonna link both numbers to you. 1-800-Rob Hood. James of Arizona says Casey's gonna get hacked just searching Robinhood. Nah, no kidding, man. That's what I feel like. I feel dirty just searching it. There's two different phone numbers there. Customer service is showing a 2700 number and the other one's 4858. Tony's married. Well, I think actually I don't know if that's his wife or not, but I mean, pretty sure that's his wife. Sam says, just set up my two-factor authentication. The guy, Habib, who called me, all I needed was my bank account number, social, and mother's maiden name. How would you feel if I told you TD America sucked balls? I wouldn't feel bad at all. I really wouldn't. You could say any broker's name, Doug, and I would feel like no, like I wouldn't have no. You could say Fidelity sucks. I have Fidelity. I've had Fidelity my entire life trading, and I never once would feel bad if somebody told me that Fidelity sucks. I just wouldn't. I really don't care. I think they all suck, to be very honest. BioLife Hemp says, Casey, I sent you a clip on personal message Discord. Funny as hell. I'll take a look at it a little bit later. Yeah, I've met Scarlett before. I honestly couldn't remember if he introduced her as his wife, but I thought she was. I guess I just assumed it or something. How does hear about Robinhood way too much from everybody and don't know what you're talking about unless they have it? I'm just talking about what happened last January of last year, Doug. They took the buy button away from everybody. So Sammy Boy says, "Do you know who sum up with apes?" I can't even make sense of that sentence. I'm pretty sure Scarlett's his wife. Yeah, but Doug, what happened last January was like exceptional though. It was really truly and honestly exceptional. They told everybody that they didn't take the buy button away due to margin requirements, and then in fact that's exactly why it was that they took the buy button away. So, I mean, they lied to everybody and took it away at the same time. It was a bad mess, man. Just go back and research the history on it. There's tons of information out there about what went down. It was pretty messed up. Robinhood had to attend a congressional hearing about screwing over retail investors, and literally the reason why AMC and GME squeeze is still on the table this long. It was messed up, man. You got to know the history. If you don't know the history, then it's like you're just choosing not to. It's like you're choosing to ignore what happened, and it was really bad. No, you're right. They weren't the only ones. You're absolutely right. They were just one of the most notable ones. But I have a whole list here in case you want to go find out. There's a whole list that I've got provided in my description box that says who's the good ones and who are the bad ones when that all went down and why. Darren says 40 more cents and I can call you a loser today, Casey. Yeah, that's you're right. I hope you're right, man. I hope we bust past 24.50 and I you can call me that loser all you want. I'm all good for it. I mean, watch it be 24.51 too. I'll be all right with it. Okay, Doug. I stop. I've moved on already. Sammy Boy says, Casey Shaw, do you know who came up with the term ape? All people equal. I do not. I do not know. The American Trader says you can make your video title. Sometimes Casey Shaw is wrong. Didn't I do that like last week? I feel like I already did that once. Breaking news: Casey Shaw is not always right. Understood, Doug. We're good, buddy. It doesn't matter, man. We're good. I promise you. It, it doesn't matter who you do your trading through. To me, to me, it doesn't matter. Whoever you choose to do your trading through is who you choose to do your trading through. Uh, in my opinion, all the brokers are corrupt as crap, and it really doesn't matter to me who it is. It's just that I know that some are worse than others in regards to whatever. We're beating a dead horse. We're on the same team here, and it's not something I'd rather fight. I'd rather there's other bigger issues to talk about than brokers. Doge says, "Listen, Casey, I love you no matter if I lose 40K or make a million." I love you too, man. No homo. Oh, is this the Alex you guys are thinking? It says Alex Reed here. It says 60% of the time it works all the time. Is this the Alex? Is this the same Alex? I doubt this is the same Alex. I don't know. Somebody needs to make a wiki page that Casey's the inventor of the adventurous ape. You can't rename something, Sam, and then call it the adventurous ape. I mean, I'd love to. I'd love to take responsibility for that. But in all honesty, though, it's the brave bull that we renamed to the adventurous ape. I got to call it what it is. Did we get paused? No, we didn't. Did we really? Hold on a second. No, I don't see a pause yet. 5 minutes, 10%, guys. Oh, no, 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 no. We have 20. No, no, sorry, 20%. 20% within a 5 minute period of time in the last 15 minutes of the day. So we're good. We should be able to move 20% here. Alex, I don't know. There's some kind of Alex that's everybody's been talking about. I don't know what the deal is, but everybody's talking about Alex this, Alex that, and the other. So I don't know. Casey, Alex was a friend Tony had on for bingo night video. Yeah, okay. I don't know who she is. All right, maybe I need to go check out bingo night. I'm glad you enjoyed the song, Nana. Sammy Boy's asking, is the squeeze happening now? I mean, we're running just because we're running up in price doesn't necessarily mean the squeeze is happening. It was an impressive run though to 24.32. I'm glad at the very last minute I changed my price prediction from 21 to 24 and said no, I need a little bit more topside, and so I went 21.50 to 24.50. So I'm glad I did that. My goodness, you guys are going nuts over Alex. It's crazy. Like I'm gonna tell Tony, man, like dude, like you need to you need to like watch out who you put on your show because people are going nuts. Jeez, you guys are terrible, man. I heard somebody make a comment that said something like along the lines of, "I've never realized how much of a sausage fest this AMC is until Tony Gennaro's bingo night." That made me laugh pretty good. I was laughing, but I still haven't seen the video though, so I have no idea. In the end, she was wasted. I was confused. Picture a 26-year-old Scarlett Johansson. I do like Scarlett Johansson. She's really pretty. You guys are terrible. I just want to remind every single one of you guys, my mom is listening. She's watching what you guys are writing. She's watching. All y'all coming in here, everybody in here sees what you guys are writing stuff for history to be seen. Y'all, like, careful. This is not the boys' locker room. Just saying. My mom's watching. She's gonna get you guys. Oh man. All right, guys. I hate to do this to you because you guys are cracking me up right now, but eat, sleep, drink, get plenty of rest. Tomorrow's another trading day. Spend time with your family, spend time with your friends, spend time with your pets, maybe take them for a walk or go out and see a movie. But whatever you do, don't have a good day. Have a great day. I don't even know if I can make this van drive off.
T-minus 90 seconds and counting. All systems are go. We're about 90 seconds from the launch of Space Shuttle Discovery. T-minus 60 seconds and counting. We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start. And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, start, 2, 1, booster ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond.
Solid rocket booster separation confirmed. Guidance now converging. Discovery's onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
Should have a good forward leg now and S10.
Okay, you sound good.
Discovery Houston, negative return.
Copy, a negative return.
Now that she's back in the atmosphere with drops of Jupiter in her head, she acts like summer and walks like rain, reminds me that there's a time to change. Since the return of her stay on the moon, she listens like spring and she talks like June. But tell me, did you sail across the sun? Did you make it to the Milky Way to see the lights all faded and that heaven is overrated? Tell me, did you fall for a shooting star, one without a permanent scar, and then you missed me while you were looking for yourself out there? Now that she's back from that soul vacation, tracing her way through the constellation, she checks out Mozart while she does Chavo, reminds me that there's room to grow. Now that she's back in the atmosphere, I'm afraid that she might think of me as plain old Jane Doe, sorry about a man who was too afraid to fly, so we never did land. But tell me, did the wind sweep you off your feet? Did you finally get the chance to dance along the light of day and head back to the Milky Way? But tell me, did Venus blow your mind? Was it everything you wanted to find, and then you missed me while you were looking for yourself out there? Can you imagine no love, fried deep fried chicken? Your best friend always sticking up for you, even when I know you're wrong. Can you imagine no first dance, freeze dried romance, 5-hour phone conversation, the best soy latte that you ever had in me? But tell me, did the wind sweep you off your feet? Did you finally get the chance to dance along the light of day and head back to the Milky